Dear audience, dear colleagues, please welcome on the stage the
InSEA Secretary Patsy Botkin.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see so many of you here, and welcome to those who are watching us online. I would like to officially welcome you to the 38th InSEA World Congress on behalf of the InSEA World Council. And with that, I will call on the InSEA President, Glenn Coates.
Okay.
Okay, welcome. Welcome, everyone. I've lost my place here.
I'm going to click it for you if you want.
So I have a short welcome speech to make, but before I do that, I just want to say a few words to welcome our InSEA World Council members. And as I call your name, if you're here, if you're not too jet lagged or stuck somewhere in an airport, if you wouldn't mind just standing when I call your name. So starting with the InSEA Executive Board, Teresa Essa. Our esteemed past president. Celia Ferreira. Celia. Our Treasurer and Membership Secretary, Mira Kallio-Tevin. Vice President, Susan Coles, Vice President.
Daž mu tam to posadí, ten slide.
And Patsy Botkin, Secretary.
Sorry.
So we have 6 regions across the world. And starting with Africa and the Middle East, I'd like to welcome Saha Khalil. Angela Reid. Patrick de Graaf Janssen can't be with us. Thank you. Asia, Yongshang Hung. Aya Katagiri. Jun Hung. No. Is Jun with us? Maybe. EU. Rolf Levin. Anina Suominen. Anina? Yeah, she is here somewhere. Latin America, Gonzalo. I don't think Rosa can be with us. Mario, is Mario with us? Somewhere in an airport. North America, Amanda Alexander. I know that Alan can't be with us, Alan Richards, but we recognize Alan. Anita Sooner. Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Tim Dakani. I saw Tim earlier, yeah. Sarah Healy. And Kath Grushka. And just two other names to mention. The chair of the Europe Regional Council, Tono. Tono, where are you? You're here some, yeah. Tono is organising the art exhibition. And Koichi, are you with us? From Asia Regional Council. Okay, that's it. Thank you all. As you can see, it's a big organisation with many people to thank. I just now move on to my own welcome. Thank you. Can you? That's it. Yeah, I'm just reminded that past President Marie-Francois Chauvin has just arrived. Welcome, warm welcome, Marie-Francois. Okay, so it's lovely to be here in Olomouc, and I don't think I've ever spoken in a city more beautiful than Edinburgh. You know, I can say that because I'm from Glasgow. Yeah. So, welcome to Unexpected Territories, the art of not knowing exactly where you're going. So good morning, good afternoon, good twilight, as some of you might still be jet lagged, good confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honourable guests, and those of you still wondering when Tom Cruise will appear and the latest Top Gun movie will start. Sorry to disappoint you, but please stay. Is this working? Oh, okay. So welcome to the International Conference on Art Education. I'm Glenn Coots, President of this society, and I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you all to a gathering unlike any other, our 38th World Congress, where the theme, quite fittingly, is Unexpected Territories. Now, I must confess, when the theme of Unexpected Territories was first proposed, I had a moment of panic. My mind immediately conjured images of Indiana Jones, dusty maps, and perhaps a rogue boulder rolling through this movie theatre. Rest assured, we have secured the structural integrity of the building. And hopefully, no fedoras will be required, unless, of course, they're part of an unexpected artistic expression. It certainly seems right that we open this Congress in a cinema. I have to say, what a fitting metaphor, because truly organising an international conference in the arts is already an exercise in unexpected territories. Half of you didn't get the email. A third of you submitted your abstracts in the wrong format, and one of our keynotes has just texted from the wrong country. But we're here together, and that's where the magic begins. It's a true pleasure to see so many brilliant minds gathered in one place, and not just on a video call for once. I must say it's a rare and beautiful moment when we all wear real trousers. Well, most of us wear real trousers. And name badges instead of pyjama bottoms and screen names like Mary's iPad. What does unexpected territories mean? This year's theme invites us into the wilderness the weird, the wonderful, the uncertain, and the unknown. Unexpected territories speaks to those spaces we stumble into as artists, educators, the "oh, that's brilliant" moment, the corner of the curriculum that no one planned but everyone remembers. It's where the syllabus breaks open, where the theory doesn't quite apply, where the student's question leaves you blinking. Oh, I never thought of it like that. We are explorers in a discipline that doesn't always come with a map. And even when it does, someone's gone and turned it into a collage. So, oh, sorry, going the wrong way here. I'm used to using a Mac, as you can see. So, we have always been cartographers of the invisible. We chart the emotions no one wants to name. We sketch the outlines of memory, identity, injustice, and imagination. From cave walls to AI and VR, art has always asked one enduring question: what else is there? And in doing so, we've walked willingly into unexpected territory, stylistically, thematically, even politically. Who amongst us hasn't started a painting, a paper, a project? No? Can you do it? Yep. Thank you. Thinking we knew where we were going, only to end up somewhere totally different, perhaps better, sometimes just stranger. And that's okay, that's art. Art education, too, is a kind of journey without GPS or sat-nav. Our students arrive with assumptions, hopes, fears, and weird tattoos. We try to teach them technical skills, critical thinking, visual literacy, but somewhere along the line, we end up teaching them how to grieve, how to listen, how to fail beautifully. We tell ourselves we're teaching them composition or colour theory, and next thing we know, we're fielding questions or existential questions about posthumanism and choreography. And that's okay, that's education. Then there's research. You did it, okay. Thank you. If you're presenting research at this conference, I salute you. Because conducting research in art education is like walking through a dense forest with a sketchbook and a hunch. You start with a question like, how does exposure to visual metaphor impact adolescent emotional intelligence? And 2 years later, you've got 3 case studies, 400 gigabytes of video, and an alarming obsession with semiotic theory. But here's the thing, that's where the discoveries lie. Not on the neat path, but in the overgrown, surprising, totally bizarre side trails. Research in our field demands humility and courage. I don't know yet. That's the heartbeat of intellectual curiosity, and it's what this conference is all about. So, unexpected territories across borders. This being an international conference, the idea of territories takes on a beautiful dual meaning. We're crossing borders, not just national, but conceptual, pedagogical, linguistic, and aesthetic. We are here to learn from one another's practices, cultures, and innovations. That's what's considered experimental in one country may be foundational in another. What one teacher sees as a challenge, another might celebrate as a breakthrough. These unexpected overlaps are gifts. They invite us to expand, not just our knowledge, but our sense of what's possible. This week, you might find yourself in a session on eco-art in a Brazilian favela, followed by a discussion on AI in Scandinavian classrooms, followed by a workshop involving paper mache and intercultural understanding. Embrace it. So a word on students. let's not forget that our students are constantly navigating unexpected territories too. Sometimes because we design it that way, and sometimes because life simply demands it of them. Today's learners are growing up in unstable ecosystems, socially, politically, and climatically. They're asking questions we never imagined we'd hear in a seminar. Is this performance piece about my anxiety too derivative? Can I use ChatGPT to write my artist statement if I tell it to be emotionally raw? Is my self-portrait too literal if it's a chair on fire? These are real questions, and honestly, valid ones. Our job is not always to have the answers, it's to hold space for the inquiry. Let's face it, being in art education in any sector is not always glamorous. Sure, we get the odd standing ovation at student exhibitions, but we also get emails asking, is painting still relevant? We get budget cuts, but no cut in demand. We get inspirations and advice from people who think Cubism is a TikTok filter. And still we show up. We show up because we believe in transformation, because we've seen what happens when a student sees their work on the wall for the first time, or when a community project heals more than just the space it occupies. We show up for the moments of magic, the unexpected ones. So some gratitude. Now, before I let you wander into your first unexpected sessions of this week, I want to say thank you. To the organisers, you've taken on a task of designing a conference themed Unexpected Territories, which is basically asking for chaos. And yet, you made it work. You made it look seamless. Bravo. To our presenters, thank you for bringing your work, your vulnerability, your brilliance, for daring to share your maps, your dreams, and your unmarked paths. To our attendees, you are the reason this field moves forward. Your curiosity, your passion, your slightly overstuffed tote bags of conference swag, it's all part of the ecosystem, and we're glad you're here. And to the institutions, funders, and administrators who said yes to supporting this journey into the unknown, thank you. And please keep saying yes, often, and with bigger budgets. So now it's a call to adventure. In closing, yes, I know you were wondering when I was going to close. I now invite you to treat this conference as an expedition, not into the predictable, the polished, or the pre-approved, but into the liminal, the surprising, the unknown. Strike up a conversation with someone from another continent. Go to a session you don't fully understand. Sketch during a panel. Say yes to a workshop that makes you uncomfortable in the best possible way. Because art doesn't thrive in safe territories, and neither does growth. So welcome, truly, to unexpected territories. Let's get gloriously, joyfully, brilliantly lost together. Thank you, and let the adventure begin.
Thank you very much. That was Glenn Coots, everyone. Thank you. And thank you to Patsy as well for opening this amazing congress. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Andrei. I'm one of the local organizers here. I actually have a background in film and culture anthropology, so when I was pitched to moderate this opening ceremony, I was excited because of the title. So allow me to be your guide through this unexpected territory for all of you, because cinemas aren't probably your number one spot to be. So I hope I'll help you to navigate through this place. And thank you very much for being here today. Welcome to the 38th World Congress. Wow, the Society for Education through Art. Amazing. I didn't know the history, and we're going to touch that later on. But firstly, allow me to invite some important people from here. The local ones, the hands and hearts who put months of their work to it. And I think I should invite them over. Aleš Pospíšil, President of Czech section of InSEA. Anna Boček-Gronovská, Head of Department of Art Education at Palacký University. Petra Šobáňová, Vice President of the Czech section of InSEA. And Jana Jiroutová, Member of Organizing Committee of the 38th World Congress. Welcome. I will just adjust the mic for you. Yeah. Is this good? Yeah, perfect. Okay, Aleš, as the president of the Czech section of InSEA, what does it mean for you to host World Congress at your home ground? How does it feel?
So, first of all, it's a great honor, but the responsibility as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, I have to say that I'm really proud that we, after the almost 60 years, realized this congress in my home country. It's really nice and welcome. I'm proud to this action.
Thank you. I'm curious. We're talking about territories, known or unknown. Do you feel the Czech section explore next? Which one? Known or unknown? Okay.
Most type of territories. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aleš Pospíšil. Okay. Anna.
Thanks.
As a head of the department where so much of the content for this Congress has roots, how much do you appreciate the unexpected in organizing such an international creative forums?
Yeah, well, for me, unexpected means also organic, to be in a flow and to have a roots we can base on. And I think as a head of department, I have a roots in people, in my great people, teachers, administrative workers, everybody on a department supports a whole thing, and I think we can say the trunk of the tree is of the whole conference and and maybe of my department is these two beautiful beings, Jana and Petra. They did heroic work, and they did something perfect, I think. Yeah. So that's it. Unexpected means you are surprised sometimes.
Okay, thank you so much. One question for you.
Okay.
If you could describe Palacký University approach to art education in one word, what would it be? Which word?
Can I answer this question?
Okay, you're a teacher. Wow.
Yeah, there is a saying that art can change the world. I think now we feel that we are together and we are not alone. And I am not alone to answer this question. So, please, can you help me answer the question? I have a little task for you now. We have the Mentimeter here, and this is the application. You can scan QR code and answer one simple question. What we as art teachers, educators, and just human beings dealing with art, what we can give or offer to the world, because we are serving. And what do you think, what is it? In one word. So, if you can please scan the QR code, and maybe it takes time. Maybe I'm...
Yep. Ah!
Great, it's coming. Yeah, you are helping me so much. Please, please. More, more. Wow, that's beautiful. Can I move? Wow. Creativity, curiosity, hope. Winner is hope. Let's see who is going to be winner. Change, joy, inspiration, healing. That's beautiful. Encouragement. Oh, wow. So much words. I think we can offer a lot of things as art teachers and educators. That's great. I feel very delighted. Yeah, thank you for helping me answer this question. Thank you. And thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. I think I'm just going to keep it as a background, if you're comfortable with that, because there are still some answers incoming. I love the hope being an anchor for the rest of the words. Okay, Jana, you've been involved hands-on for several months with the organizing committee. What surprised you the most about preparing the International Congress? Would you do it again?
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much, Ondro, for this question. Yeah, there have been a few surprises, few things we have learned. For one, you know, I have always been that person who just registered for Congress and then kept on checking the Congress website, wondering, where is all the information, you know? Where are the guidelines for presenters? Where is the template for the paper? Where is the Congress program? What's the problem? What are these people doing? So I can say that we now know what they have been doing, and now we know that not everything always goes according to the plan or is scheduled. And I want to say that all of you in the audience, you have been the most wonderful, understanding, supportive, you know, in many ways that you offered throughout the whole process. For one thing, and most importantly, for being here with us, on-site and online, for accepting or offering to chat a session or two, for sending those lovely, kind messages, because all those things have been really something that kept us going through times when it all felt a little too overwhelming. So thank you very much for that. And at the same time, I would also like to say that we as the organizing team have been quite all right as well, I dare to say, because we try to be, you know, flexible, accommodating, open to different views, ideas, and solutions so that we can all enjoy this week and have the most pleasant, joyful, inspiring time together. So thank you very much for that. Surprises.
Thank you very much. Jana Iroutová. And we have one last speaker here together who hasn't spoken yet, Petra Šobáňová. Petra, oh, there's a heart at the, I love it. Thank you. Petra, as the heart of this Congress, before we continue, we need probably to thank all the partners and people without whom it wouldn't be possible to organize such an event.
You are right. Yes, you are right, Ondřej. Yes, I would like to thank them now. So, yeah, first of all, I would like to thank our partners from InSEA for their trust in us, who accepted our proposal and believed in us that Olomouc could be the right place for the next InSEA World Congress. So thank you very much. Especially President Glenn Kutz, Vice President Susan M. Coles, and Secretary Patsy Botkin. They were our great advisors and friends during the preparations. Thank you very much. And I would also like to say that the entire event couldn't have taken place without the support of the Faculty of Education, Palacký University Olomouc, headed by Dean, thank you, Ondřej, headed by Dean Vojtěch Regec. I would like to thank the Dean and also the Rector of the University, Prof. Chalko Hajda, for their patronage. And Jana Kvintová, Jitka Petrová, thank you for being here as representatives. Thank you. And I'm also very, very grateful to the main partners of the Congress who provided us with great help. Thank you very much. Olomouc Museum of Art, Regional Museum in Olomouc, University of Hradec Králové, Faculty of Education, and University of South Bohemia. Director Professor Kozák also granted us patronage. Thank you very much. And our event was also supported by other museums, faculties, and partners. We thank everyone very much, and you can see their long, long list on the screen and everywhere around. A big thank you also goes to Ondřej Michálek, there, my great colleague, for his amazing print and graphic motifs, and to all my dear colleagues from the organizing team. From the Department of Art Education and Faculty, Anička, head of our department, thank you very much. Káťa, Jana Musilová, it will be a long list. Martička, Filip Staněk, na Camero Films, I can't see you now, but Jakub, Štěpán, Sára, Krištof, Betty, Ondřej Kazík, and everyone from the department. It will be really long list. Thank you, my colleagues from the Czech section of InSEA, Aleš, Lucie, Karel, Bára, Klára. And really big thank you to our amazing students. They took the event as their own, and they helped during the preparations and will help all days of the Congress. You can recognize them by their magenta name cards. And the biggest thanks go to my dear friend Jana Jiroutová. Yeah. Her work was really heroic. Janička, thank you for your big heart and hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to thank Petra because she has been just as heroic, and I want to say I thank her for her capacity to think of absolutely everything and beyond, and keep on coming up with the most marvelous and new ideas. So thank you, Petra.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Vice Rector Jitka Petrová was already mentioned, but I would like to welcome on stage the Vice Dean for International Relations of the Faculty of Education, Jana Kvintová. Já vám dám mikrofon.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, I have to say the light is really kind of like too much. It's my great honor to welcome you on behalf of Faculty of Education, Palacký University in Olomouc, to this exceptional event, to this congress organized by the Department of Art Education. And by the way, for you who has been here for the first time, Palacký University is the second oldest university in the Czech Republic, established in the 16th century. And Faculty of Education is the largest faculty of education in the Czech Republic. So welcome here. And as was mentioned, our dean sends warm greetings to you, to all of you. He unfortunately cannot be with us here today, but he wishes you to have a successful event. And at the end of my really short speech, I would like to wish you to have wonderful time and inspiring conversations and to gain a really unforgettable experience. And hopefully I will see you again in Olomouc next time, maybe in some cooperation with our faculty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before we turn to the opening paper of the Congress, a reflection that connects our present with the past is necessary. Let me take the mic because the screen will be important now. We can start. I'd like to invite you to take a short journey back through history. Many people know that Czechoslovakia hosted an InSEA World Congress in the 1960s. But the international story of art education here started much earlier. Already in the 1920s, Prague hosted gathering of FEA, one of the two organizations that later became InSEA. So Czech and Slovak educators have been part of this world dialogue for a very long time. The year 1966 was a milestone. That summer, over 2,000 teachers, artists, and researchers gathered in Prague for the 18th InSEA World Congress. It was the biggest InSEA Congress ever held at that time, with people from 34 countries arriving. Led by Jaromír Uždil, a key figure in the Czech art education, the Congress focused on many ideas we are still discussing today, like visual literacy, the importance of children's drawing, the changing role of art in education, and the impact of technology and media. Of course, in the 60s, it was the television. Now we have VR and immersive realities. Speakers talked about the power of creativity, the need for international understanding, and how art can help shape not just skills, but values, empathy, freedom, and deeper ways of seeing the world. Today, 20 World Congresses later, we return to this legacy. Not to freeze it in time, but to continue what was started. Because art education is always changing, always moving, always exploring the unexpected. And now, with that spirit in mind, let us open this Congress with the first talk. Please welcome back on stage Petra Šobáňová, Vice President of the Czech section of InSEA, and Jana Jiroutová, who will have their opening paper.
Okay, so, dear friends in art and art education, it is our great honor to address you today. Thank you for coming to join us, and please allow us, as the organizers, to say a few words about the relationship between the Czech community and InSEA, as well as to share some thoughts of our current situation and the challenges we face as the global community. The Czech community has a truly special relationship with InSEA. The Czechoslovak Committee was established in 1967, just 4 years after InSEA was merged together with FIA. Even within FIA, the first global organization bringing together art educators, Czechoslovak experts were very active. In 1928, they hosted the FIA World Congress in Prague, as Ondřej mentioned. Czechoslovakia had a rich tradition of reform pedagogy, both in the direction of the psychological school, which supported children's imagination, and the constructivist school, which focused on an analytical, rational approach.
After the Nazi occupation and the rise of communism in 1948, cultural life was subordinated to ideology. Intellectuals were persecuted and censorship took hold. It wasn't until the 1960s that political liberalization created space to reconnect with interwar inspirations and re-engage in international cooperation. For example, in 1964, the international exhibition The Child and the World was held under the auspices of InSEA. The highlight of this period was, of course, the hosting of the 18th InSEA World Congress in Prague in 1966. A year later, the Czechoslovak Committee of InSEA was established. In the 1960s, the field art education began to focus on the personal development of children, creating space for self-expression and the exploration of children's artistic expression. There was growing interest in modern art and its didactic implications. The discipline was in search of new theory and direction.
This shift is aptly captured in a statement by Igor Zhoř, a key figure in the Czech art education community. Modern art is understood as an expression of spiritual freedom. The Czech philosopher Jan Patočka, who spoke at the 1966 Congress, saw it as a counterbalance to rational civilization. Art is a path toward education for freedom and a part of caring for both the soul and the community. Here are quotes that reflect the shift brought about by modern art. According to Jiří David, a prominent figure in the Czechoslovak InSEA, these statements about modern art also capture the essence of the modern approach to art education.
The Czechoslovak Committee of InSEA brought together prominent figures who would be, as we hope, pleased to see our continued work. It initiated book series, exhibitions, seminars, and international collaborations. The committee embraced the legacy of Herbert Reed and the modern approach to art education. Within our context, the national section became key driving force in the development of art education. The year 1968 brought the Prague Spring and an attempt to reform the regime. The invasion by Warsaw Pact troops in August 1968 led to the reinstatement of censorship and renewed persecution. Many members of the committee were forced to work outside the official sphere.
In the grey reality of normalization, the committee played an important moral role Its connection with the global community provided educators with a source of support and encouragement. After the Velvet Revolution, it became possible to reconnect with the founders' ideals and embrace pluralism. The organization serves as an intellectual platform for Czech art education. Since Velvet Revolution, more than 20 congresses have taken place and numerous publications have been produced.
So what has changed in the past 60 years? In 1966, the world was bipolar, marked by the Cold War, fears for the future, but also a strong belief in progress and social utopias. Today, we live in a multipolar and increasingly fragmented world. Armed conflicts have not ceased, and new forms of warfare have emerged. Hybrid wars that exploit images and social media. Politics is dominated by populism. Fascism, as Umberto Eco reminded us, adapts and survives. It is eternal. In 1966, the image was analog. Reproduction was technologically limited. Today, in 2025, we have witnessed an explosion of visuality. The image is everywhere and generative. It serves not only humans, but also machine vision. The boundaries between the authentic and the manipulated are increasingly blurred. In 1966, communication was mainly face-to-face, with limited reach and speed. Professor Uzdil, while preparing for the Congress, typed or handwrote invitation letters. Each letter took days or weeks to arrive. Archives were paper-based and exhibitions existed only in physical forms. Today, in 2025, the image is no longer just a physical artifact, but a data structure. It can be generated, remixed, and endlessly reproduced. Social media, originally a tool for connection, has often become a hostile space filled with frustration and disinformation. Algorithms fuel radicalization and division. Communication has accelerated and grown to an overwhelming scale.
Society today is a pluralistic and fluid. Identity must be actively discovered. Many toxic mechanisms have been deconstructed and important steps toward emancipation have been made. Yet we are also witnessing a powerful backlash: nationalism, anti-feminism, and racism. The mental health of young people is increasingly threatened by instability and digital overload. There is a growing need for spaces of safety, a return to embodiment and meaning. Well-being must become a priority in public policy. Schools were once strict institutions with fixed curricula. Today, they face plurality and instability, and their social role is becoming increasingly important. We now have a flexible curriculum, a competence-based approach, and teachers create their own syllabi. The subject of art education holds an uncertain position and lacks clear definition. We will now introduce the influence of neuroscience, visual communication, digital technologies, and art on art education. We will present some of our projects that respond to these challenges.
Neuroscience has shown that perception is not passive registration, but an active construction of the world based on prediction, experience, and physical embodiment. Visual skills are shaped through repeated experience and can develop throughout one's entire life. Visual literacy does not mean the ability to see correctly, but rather the understanding that the visual world is an open system of meanings. Let us build art education as a training in active, reflective, and conscious perception. We cultivate the ability to see differently and to construct meaning and understanding through dialogue and social interaction.
Research shows that the body and movement do not play just a supportive role in learning, but are an important part of cognitive processes. Emphasis on embodiment is now considered essential. The body shapes the way we understand the world. Yet at the same time, we are becoming radically disconnected from our own bodies, from materiality, and from haptic experience. Let us incorporate multisensory and movement-based activities that support sensory integration. We focus on processuality, haptic exploration, bodily imagination, and embodied experience. Human beings are, above all, emotional creatures, and the healthy processing of emotions and emotional regulation are essential for a meaningful life. Neuroscience highlights the deep interconnection between emotions and cognitive process. Art making as an emotionally engaged process takes on special significance. It helps to process affective experiences and enables deeper, more holistic forms of understanding.
We focus our teaching not only on outcomes, but also on the process, self-reflection, and joyful social interaction, all of which strengthen intrinsic motivation and support well-being. Let us support art making with personal meaning and emotional reflection. It is essential to create a safe environment for creative work, one that allows for a reactive expression and the release of emotional tension. The image is, more than ever before, a vehicle of lies, manipulation, and disinformation. Visual literacy must include an understanding of how images operate within cultural and political context. Visual literacy must include an understanding, and that's the repetition of the sentence I just said. We need to guide students to ask questions such as, who does the image serve and what does it do? How do images, through stereotypes and aesthetic frameworks, construct the other individuals, other social and ethnic groups, other minorities and nationalities? We must foster an active and critical approach to interpreting images.
Art is no longer just an aesthetic object, but a discursive process. There is growing emphasis on engaged forms, collectivity, participation, and the reflection of global issues. Art is also being transformed by digital technologies and AI. New forms of art are emerging based on codes, algorithms, databases, and networks, such as net art and post-internet art, challenging us to reflect on the basic pillars of the field: authorship, originality, authenticity, and self-expression.
We need to include current topics such as our relationship with nature, climate change, identity, gender, memory of place, and participation. Through creative work, we can explore possible solutions and process feelings of threat and an uncertain future. We need to support collective, process-based creation, site-specific works, community installations, and performative projects. We need to approach art making as a research process, guiding students toward questions exploration, dialogue, and moments of productive uncertainty. We need to encourage responsibility and an active approach to the world. What you see in the images is a project by our students called Field Research. And as we mentioned, in 1966, the philosopher Jan Patočka described art as an expression of freedom, with modern art opening up worlds of meaning. Today, our situation is perhaps better captured by a quote from the postmodern writer Michal Aivas, who says, "Art is not a reservoir of meaning, but rather a rupture in the web of meaning through which chaos enters our world." According to literary theorist Daniela Hodrova, meaning doesn't necessarily escape through that rupture. On the contrary, it may be precisely through this opening that a new vision of the world can begin to emerge.
In a time of paradigm shift, discontinuity, and fragmentation, in the challenging reality of a fractured world, this function of art comes to the fore. We need to guide students to ask themselves, how does the artwork change my relationship to the world? How does it change me? We need to find the courage to face fragmentation and fluidity, the courage to step through these cracks into new territories. Thank you for the opportunity to show the projects of our students and our colleagues. Thank you very much.
So thank you to Petra and Jana for their opening paper. I'd like to encourage you, you can come and go from this room. We didn't lock the doors once you entered. So in case you need a refreshment, in case you need a coffee, you can get some. And we're now switch to a dreamlike space. We're gonna shift to visuality. We're gonna talk about the beautiful artwork that we're surrounded by. I want to welcome on stage the visual artist and educator Ondřej Michálek from the Department of Art Education. Ondřej created the official visual identity of the 38th Congress, and I'm curious to ask him several questions about it. Do you want to stand there? Is it comfortable?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Michálek.
You told, you used the word uneasy beauty.
Yes. Oh, wait. I want to maybe have the opening question for you. Your prints often play with the silence and the uneasy beauty. We use that word that we talked about it backstage. The uneasy beauty and the poetics of yours created the visual identity for this Congress. It is both clear and poetic at the same time. That's why I always keep it with me today. Yeah. Can you tell us a bit more about your whole creative approach?
Yes, I picked myself to uneasy beauty. It's nicely said. The visual identity of this Congress is based on my recent intaglio prints and shapes and structures acting in my drawings that I made for this purpose. But it would be correct to say that my colleague Petra Šobaňová was its co-author. It was her idea, which I gladly accepted. However, I realized that it was quite a proposal. However, even in the graphic design, beauty can be disquieting, disturbing. Beauty can offer questions, mystery, or metaphors. So I scan my prints and turn them in color versions. But I found that I like them better than this way than in black and white originals. So I even thought I should print them in these bright colors too, but I didn't do it because it would have been like betraying those black and white originals, and so I realized that the shapes and structures and motifs can live several lives.
Yeah.
And so I worked on this graphic design, and I realized that they I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can
my
use
English so
you can look back at your notes if there is anything else, or we can move to the next
so I
question.
didn't want to betray those black and white ones.
Yep.
And it seemed to me that my motive are as if they fell in love with the one black and white, and they no longer want to return to where they came from. So, as my creative approach, the drawings and prints first emerge as a freehand brush strokes, which I then digitally edit into kind of gardens or landscapes. But there is one more important thing in my creative strategy. I don't force the idea and projects to come to fruition. They must ask for it themselves. So my creative strategy is waiting. I wait until I hear that voice saying, "Please, make me happen. I deserve it." And I can't miss that voice. But sometimes I can't hear it. Or I trust the one I shouldn't. I don't know how many in the audience are those who go mushroom picking in the forest. Almost everyone here does it. And on this occasion, one mother-in-law once told me, if you want to find mushrooms, you can run around about the forest like a madman, but rather carefully examine the place, you've already found some. Just to explore the space.
Mm-hmm.
My last exhibition had a title "To Stray Joyfully." So maybe this would be another part of my creative strategy.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. So is there something you would like to wish to the attendees of the Congress, to the audience?
Certainly. Have a nice, interesting, and joyful Congress. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Ondřej Michálek. Mr. Michálek wasn't the only one working. We're now seeing the special artwork that was created just for the purpose of the Congress, and it's a VR experience, and I want to invite on stage the production and project manager Agáta Nováková from Lunchmeat Studio. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Agáta. So, Lunchmeat Studio. I don't know, there are a lot of foreigners, so I'm curious, who knows Lunchmeat Studio? Raise your blue card. And who doesn't, raise your magenta one. Perfect, so we should probably introduce Lunchmeat Studio more. You are well known for translating visual and musical ideas into really immersive and often multi-sensory environments. So I'm curious, could you briefly introduce the essence of your work and of your collective?
Yeah, of course. I didn't expect that there will be someone who knows Lunchmeat Studio, so...
And there were a few, so that's a very good news.
I was surprised. So it's a small creative studio from Prague, and I would say, or I would describe the results of our work as an intersection of art and technology, because when we are working, we combine art, digital art, sound, design, lightnings, and mix them together. And very often it's about collaboration between people from different fields. And I would say it's interdisciplinary work.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I was really excited that they picked Lunchmeat Studio because I think you're super well known actually across the art scene in the Czech Republic. So I think you're the one to put on the pedestal for everyone to see. But in this project, the VR project you've created for the Congress, you translated Ondřej Michálek's other work, a print of his, into a VR installation. Can you introduce how the translation worked? How was the process for you? And yeah, we're curious.
At the beginning, we had a task from Mrs. Petra Šebáňová to create a virtual reality artwork that would respond or that would be inspired by artworks of Mr. Ondřej Michálek. neither I nor my colleague were familiar with his artworks, but we really like many of his graphic prints. So, because Mr. Michalek shared some scans of his prints, we decided just to cut some parts and pieces and create from it a landscape. So that was the beginning.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you would like to add regarding the work?
Maybe that this is just the approach, and of course we consider it that it could be approached differently. For example, it could be interactive application with gaming principles, or for example, it could be a fairy tale with a very complicated storyline, but it's not. Nevertheless, there are some events going on, and if you will try a virtual reality headset, and if you will spend some times, maybe not just one round, but maybe more minutes, you can also see small creature inside.
Perfect, thank you. So a nice Easter egg hidden.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. So I welcome you all to experience the VR project yourself throughout the week. You'll get more info on that later on, and you can always follow the slides, and there's info about that. Thank you very much, Agata, for joining us, and thank you for your artwork. Now, let's watch the teaser so you'll get the idea of the atmosphere of the artwork.
It was just a teaser, you know. Yeah, so the immersive VR is really, really brilliant. And
You now hear the score and the atmosphere, the sound design, and the music was done by 8kit. The subtle motifs used there. He's a brilliant audiovisual artist and composer from Czech Republic, and I'm not mentioning him just to look educated about it, because 8kit is really cool here in the Czech Republic, and he's so cool that we invited him over to play for you a live set on Wednesday. So at 9 p.m. On Wednesday night, you're gonna experience his live set. So 8kit, the author of the artwork, is gonna play for you. And it's going to be at the Parkan Garden. Have you heard of Parkan Garden? It's a weird words. You probably haven't heard it yet. Have you? If you have heard about Parkan, raise your magenta card. Okay, several hands. We're going to talk about it later because it's connected to a lunch break. So I'm teasing the lunch break. I've heard it's good because it's almost 11. So let's move to another keynote speaker. Now, an international one. We are going to travel really far away. We are going to travel to Aotearoa. I would like to invite Lynn Harata Te Aika. Kia ora. Yes, you can use that one. Yep, I will.
tēnā koutou katoa, koutou kua whakarawika mai I tēnei wāhi. Nei rā te mihi o Ngaitahu, ngai Māori hoki kia koutou, kua tai mai tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name's Lynn, and yes, I have travelled a long way, but I'm glad to be here, and it is cold at home. It's 1 degree at night time, so I'm very glad to be here in this heat today. My presentation is in particular about our living culture and reclaiming our identity in Christchurch, Ōtautahi, New Zealand, and in particular through our artworks in the rebuild of the city. As discussed, it is a long way from home, and I've drawn a line from, most people can see Australia, well we're down the bottom below. We like to think we are at the top of the world and everyone else is at the bottom of the world. So if you turn the globe around, we would be at the top. And this is my home longhouse, which in itself is a piece of artwork because it's quite modern. It was built in 2012 and it's got some beautiful graphic designs. And I guess we're at a stage in our culture and in our identity where we are reinterpreting our history, our language and our identity. And has anyone been to Aotearoa, New Zealand? Anyone? A few, handful. Well, if you come, I can take you on the guided tour. So about 5 million people, 5.2, and Māori, of course, make up 17.8% of the population. We are still a growing nation. We have most of our people are under the age of 30 years old, so we are still growing after a period of population decline. And the picture on the screen is Google Earth representing our map of our country. There are 3 islands, 2 big islands, and the North Island is called Te Ika a Maui. So the North Island is the fish, and the South Island, Te Waipounamu, is the waka. So which came first? Well, we fished up the fish. So Te Waipounamu. In Te Waipounamu, our population is mainly on the east coast, and through colonisation, through the British Crown in the 1840s right through to the 1880s, many of our language and cultural traditions were lost in 1 generation. But have grown over, that we've developed over the last 10 years. And it took a tragic event, the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand, in 2010 and 2011. And we did lose lives, and it was a very sad event. Over 180 people were killed in those earthquakes. But what it allowed for us as a tribal group was to partner with the Crown, with the government, with the local council to bring our artworks alive. And I just wanted to point out a few things. It's easier for me to maybe read that. In our artworks, we were able to retell our traditional stories, bring in our environmental knowledge, and in this current state of climate change, it's very important that we know the environment, and we have a long history of using the environment as the master, the determinant of our lifestyle. Also our food gathering, and you'll see something in a video, our traditional foods, they are represented in our artworks as well, because some of them are very important. We call them our taonga species, the species of flora, fauna, whatever is in the waterways, are what sustained our lifestyles pre-European times. Pre-European times, pre-colonisation, our tribal economy was based on food exchange. So it's part of our DNA, gathering food. And then our traditional stories, historical events rather, kōrero tuku iho. And in particular, you'll see a little bit about our treaty story. There is one main treaty in New Zealand. However, there are many manifestations from locality to locality. And also our culturally significant sites, our tūtohu whenua. And we moved from traditional art forms to contemporary art forms. Our carving, traditional carving and weaving. In our artworks in the rebuild of the city, we moved to contemporary expressions of that art. And outcome has been to create a visually enhanced environment, which the landscape as well, that has Māori-focused artworks, creative artworks, and which can be viewed and appreciated by all in a mana, or building self-esteem for our Indigenous people, Māori, but also enhancing the cultural artworks for our people. So whenever I travel, I take my family with me, but we are a living example of language, identity and culture and restoring that. So there's me, grandma or taua, and I have 2 sons and 3 grandsons. And for me, Māori, the Māori language was my 4th language. I learnt English, French, Latin, so I went to a Catholic school, and I'm very grateful for my education. But I learnt Māori as an adult, and it's taken me at least 40 years to get very fluent in that language. But my children, so it's disrupting the impact of colonialism, and restoring our language is so important. So my 2 sons are both fluent speakers, and one of my sons is in London, which brings me to this part of the world to visit him. But my 3 grandchildren are also fluent speakers at 10, 7 and 4 years old. And their first language is Māori, their second language is English, and in time they'll probably learn another language. But for reclaiming language identity and cultural transmission is really important for Indigenous nations all around the world who are trying to rebuild their identity. And just moving on, my role was actually to write some of the narratives and work and partner with the architects, the builders, in the delivery and design of the artworks, and to give some names and naming options to recognise the home people. That's really important because for many generations, at least 5, we've been marginalised and our language and culture marginalised. So to work in partnership with the government and the City Council has been very important. And also our knowledge as the home people, or mana whenua, the people that had the traditional authority over the land, means we have long-term knowledge about the place, about the environment, and about those taonga species, those treasures in our waterways, our plants, our herbs, and our food gathering traditions. And we also worked with our historians and environmental scientists, etc. We looked at manuscripts, archival material, and to really help our artists in informing them and the carvers and weavers to create designs 10 to 12 years of rebuilding our city. And right in the centre is Queen Victoria in Victoria Park. And the monument was built when she passed away, but the history of this park is very important because our people lived there. They occupied the riverbank, they occupied the waterways and fished in the waterways and gathered food. So we had a treaty in 1840, and then we had land purchase agreements. So this is in the park, it's in Te Reo, but it says, kua mātou mahinga kai, kua mātou kua mātou mahinga wāhi a kāinga nohoanga, kua mātou mahinga kai me waiho māria mō mātou mā ngā uri a muri iho I a mātou. So what it means in English, our places of residence, our cultivations, our food gathering places leave in peace for us and our people. And this was in our land purchase agreement in 1848 with the British Crown. And it's only been in that square for about 6 years because that was part of us rebuilding the leisurescape, if you like, the park, and putting our story. So in 2019, we erected 2 carvings which represent our 6 treaty signatories, and the carvings themselves are contemporary. They look fairly traditional, but they're quite contemporary, and the 3 signatories on each side flank Queen Victoria to say that we respect that we had a treaty, but now we can tell our treaty story of our treaty signatories. And so that was one of our very first projects that was erected in the Central Park right in the city. The only evidence of Indigenous people prior to 2019 was in 1990 when we erected this po, this carved po in cream, and it's representing our people, our migration to that area. And now I want to turn to one of our taonga species which informed our artworks, and I might need some assistance with the video. So this is a kanakana, which, not yet, nearly, which is a lamprey and or piharo. We have different dialects, so in the south we call it kanakana, and it's actually an ancient fish. It's 450 million years old, earlier predates dinosaurs, and I'm just going to show a little clip and then I'll show the piece of artwork that it informed. So the next one.
The ancestors of Kanakana, they appear in a fossil record about 450 million years ago. Now when you consider that dinosaurs appeared in the fossil records 250 million years ago, these are very, very ancient fish. These fish don't even have jaws. There's no bones in this fish. They don't even have the pectoral fins that normal fish have. They have these 2 ones on the top, whereas most fish have fins going up the side. This is one of the earliest vertebrates, so it's very, very primitive. They're actually attaching onto the skin of a fish or a whale. They've got 2 little teeth coming out and working it and sucking off the blood. They've got a really bad sort of rep. They've been marketed as the vampires of the sea, but they're not. They're beautiful creatures and ancient, and almost like the fossils of our waterways, and should be allowed to be here forevermore.
Yeah, can we go a little bit more? Just want to see what they look like when they're cooked. There they are. So while they are a taonga species, something that we care a lot about, we also do still eat them, and they are fried. They're very strong taste, like an eel, but 10 times stronger in their taste. But why I showed you that was because in a number of our artworks, we have actually incorporated some of what we call our taonga species. So here's me with a group of people, visitors, showing them right in that square, that same square, Victoria Square, the kanakana table. So part of it was to encourage families to come back into the city and promote eating their kai, their food together on the riverbanks. And we have a kana table there, and it's great when we bring children because a lot of them have not heard about this ancient fish, and I would love it if every school in the country, well, particularly in our city, would teach about the kana because it's such an historic fish. Anyway, and we have on that table, we also have a prayer, a karakia that you would say before having food. So the whole idea is to bring all of our families, not just Māori, all back into the city. So this is we're still in Victoria Square. We call it mana motuhake because that's our component of the treaty. So moving from taonga species to some of our traditional weaving, and this is what you would normally see in a meeting house, in a longhouse. You would see the panels on the wall of the meeting house. And we use natural fibres, flax, harakeke, pingao, which is a type of curry grass, and natural dyes. So these here have designs with meaning, mountain, a stairway, potama, stairway to heaven, and kaukau, which is the armpit. However, we had two of our traditional weavers come and present to us in our longhouse, and they presented us with some designs, and here is one of them here, which is right in Victoria Square beside the waterway that flows through the city, or Tākaro, and they created this design. And we said, wow, that looks fantastic. Where are you going to hang them, or where are you going to put them on the walls? And they said, well, we're not going to put them on the walls. We're going to put them in the ground, and we're going to make paving out of these designs. And we said, oh, it's a bit radical, moving from the walls traditionally in a meeting house to pavement in the city. And so we were a little bit unsure, but they showed us some beautiful designs. Here's another one. And this one has trees at the bottom, so that they represent our treaty story, our 9 tall trees, there's more than 9 there, that were part of our treaty claim with the Crown, with the government. And we only settled our treaty claim in 1997, so quite recent really. And the design of the waterways, etc. But this is what they look like in the ground. So they are about 4 by 3 metres, and this is the treaty. This is ngā pauriri e iwa, the 9 tall trees, which we used as a metaphor for our treaty settlement. So the metaphor around 8 land purchase agreements, and the final part of our treaty was on our mahinga kai, food gathering. So food gathering was like part of our whole lifestyle. And so just across from the square is a new building, Te Pai, which is actually our convention centre. And Te Pai wasn't its first name, it was actually the third name, and we debated. We wanted to call it something, and we were working with the local government, and they said the name we gave was too complex. So we said, then they offered another name, and we said, no, that's not a Māori word, it doesn't mean anything to us. So we came up with this option, Te Pai, a place for people to gather, people to be hosted, entertained and informed. And that is the name that stuck, and now we're going to watch a little video about this building and getting it built. So, thank you. Right beside Victoria Square.
We are sitting in the wharenui of the marae of Tuihui. I just want to talk about the similarities or the reason for us gifting the name Te Pai, and it's a reflection of what is out here. I mean, this house is a huge whare, having to cater for a lot of people in the same way that Te Pai in Christchurch will be catering for big numbers of people coming from not only throughout the country, but throughout the world.
We looked at our landscape to help define the name for the Christchurch Convention Centre. Just visually looking around the greater Christchurch area, we have the beautiful vista on a clear day of the Southern Alps. And we would use that to describe Te Pai Maunga, the peaks of the mountains. And then looking at the ground level, Te Pai Whenua, so the land and the flat plains area. We also shouldn't forget in the actual design, the building reflects the waterways and our braided waterways. And then getting to the name of actually what happens in the convention centre, Te Pai Tangata. So it's about people and welcoming people, and the word Te Pai also means the orator's bench or area where you welcome in your people to an event. And we thought that was really fitting for the Christchurch Convention Centre. It's very timely that we place one of our significant buildings just beside Victoria Square. In the past, our people settled here many generations ago, and there was a whole par site in this area, and then later went on European contact. It was a trading place. And in Victoria Park, we have the statue of Queen Victoria, which has been here for a long time, over 100 years, signifying the English history that has contributed to our city and region. But more recently, we've been able to give our interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi and mana motuhake, the local people and their mana that they had over the land, mana whenua, and tell that through our artworks, tell those stories through our artworks.
So the design that we used for Te Pai on the footpath was inspired from a vine, so an aka, in this case it's called aka kaiku, and so that sort of represents a vine that has many different shoots. I think it's really cool how visually we're creating statements. It's about a partnership. So it's good to see that we're really taking that active role and supporting the kaupapa.
And that's just a little snippet, but you can watch these online referenced to my presentation. So moving when we get back, thank you. So this is the artwork that inspired the design, the entranceway outside Te Pai. And this is actually my ancestor's whare, his house, in 1855 on one of our local waterways just north of the city. And that apex design at the top is very Indigenous all around the world. You'll see the use of that design, and particularly in Canada and America. That design at the top of teepee. We have very ornate carving, but in our area, our carvings were very simple, and the house is thatched with raupo or bulrush. So raupo grows to about 2.5 metres, and you gather it, and you gather it together, the bulrush, and you make bundles, and that was what we traditionally used to thatch our houses and also line the inside of the houses. So right up until the 1880s we lived, and this is my ancestor, 5 generations to me. And why I put this here, it's 5 generations from my ancestor to me that didn't have the language. So he was our last fluent speaker to me learning it. So the artwork it inspired was the entranceway to Te Pai, and it's slightly stylised, and it's in white. White is a symbol of the white heron, the kōtuku, which you very rarely see or saw in the past, and it's a way of revering or respecting the visitors who come from afar. And this was done by two of our artists, Simon Khan and Rachel Rakina. And it has kind of feathered detail, which is to represent the bird, but also that architecture from the 1830s to the 1860s. And so that's another walk. We've created a walking tour from the artworks, and this is just a group recently who came on the walking tour. Inside the building, Te Pai, is this is a creation from Lonnie. Lonnie's one of our Ngaitahu artists, and it's a modern interpretation of Matariki or Pleiades. Pleiades, the star, and the star cluster, but it also represents storying of our creation story, which is slightly different from the North Island. We like to maintain our independence of traditional stories, and we have three people involved in our three gods, if you like, our atua involved in our creation story. But what it is, it's a very contemporary interpretation, and while it looks a yellowy colour at the bottom of the design, are these pounamu or greenstone jade, which is used, and it's inside Te Pai, the convention centre. So I'm just showing you some of the highlights from our anchor projects. There are more. Outside Te Pai, sayings when we were claiming areas, when we migrated to the areas. So that's outside and near Te Pai. A bit further down, this is a very creative art form because it's actually a stormwater drain. The water comes off the building, and then we created a river, replicated a river, and in the middle, at the top, are tuna or eels, and they're made of copper, these ones. So I tried to get one, but she only made 40, and they are in front of some of our civic buildings, buildings in the city. But what's important about this is, other than its architectural feature of being a stormwater drain, was recreating the waterway with the reed here. This is the waka, our inland waka, made of that raupo, like my ancestors' house. We would make canoes out of, say, 3 bundles on each side and 2 in the middle, and then interlace them together. And we would travel down the waterways on these mokihi. And looking at Te Waipounamu, the South Island on the far right, you can see that the DNA of the land or the waterways actually provide a main, they are ways of gathering our food and bringing them down. I've only got a few more slides, so I'll just flick through them. This is another tuku, a weaving panel, which has got a bit of innovation with the poppy designs, and the poppies representing our soldiers who've passed. And here it is placed in the city, prominently in the centre of the city as well. I'm just going to move on quickly to Te Omeka. Many of our anchor projects also have a touchstone, a Pounamu touchstone, a green stone. And I guess they're worth a lot of money, but it's really because we believe that Pounamu, greenstone, is not an inanimate object. It has a spiritual meaning for us. So on entry to many of our buildings and at our marae, we have Pounamu touchstones, greenstone touchstones. So this is a project in the Justice and Emergency Services Precinct, and this is just a design on the courts. So in the Justice Precinct are courts, fire, police, St John's ambulance and the courts. So this picture is inverted. At night you can see the design a lot easier, and it's meant to represent a bird that has now become extinct, the hoia bird. So piki hoia I te ao I te pō. And it's really a caution to the decision makers in the courts to exercise caution, because the decisions made in the courts have a long-lasting impact on people. And lest we, in the early 1900s, the hoia bird became extinct. And so we need to exercise caution in the way we make decisions. But the most photographed building in Christchurch in Ōtautahi is this building here. And it's actually the car park of the police station. It's still at the Justice Precinct, and it's 3 levels, but it's about 36 metres wide and several metres high. And it's meant to represent a bird or a cloak. So a cloak of kakapo feathers. And the chief, when he claimed the mountain, he said, ko au te maunga kakapo, ko te maunga kakapo ko au, ko kuratawhiti te maunga kakapo. So the mountain of kakapo feathers, I am the chief, it should be. And the kakapo is this flightless bird, and it's got very bright colours, but we wanted to keep a more natural look on the building and not have the bright green because of the other buildings located nearby. It would have been a boring grey wall, but what it represents is our ancestor and his cloak protecting the city. And Lonnie, this is the artist who made the metallic cloak, and she did originally paper cutouts, but in this design, she created big metallic pieces and tested out all the metal because she didn't want it to rust. But she took a lot of care, and as I said, it's one of the most photographed buildings in our city. And this is some of her work here, paper cutout cloaks and weaving patterns. Now we go to a carver, tūtera. This is inside the Justice Precinct, and it's a 4-metre high wall, and I've called it tūtera because unfortunately you have to go through security and police and to get into the courts, and so tūtera is like the name we used for sentries or guards guarding the building. And this is Fane, and he's the carver, and he has many types of carving, traditional carving, light boxes. He carved the treaty signatories in the square, he carves stone, he carves Pounamu greenstone, and he also carves marae, traditional longhouses. So, you know, this is an evolution of our artworks over this last 10 to 12 years of people reinterpreting our identity through modern artworks. And this is over the Māori land courts, just some of Fane's designs. This is a Pounamu. It's called flower jade. It has those white patches. And this is outside the Māori land court. The Māori land court was established in the 1860s, where our people gave evidence of their traditional areas. We didn't have people to map out our traditional areas, so we talked about the local waterways, what we gathered, etc. And the handles aren't on the doorways yet, but here they are here. And these are tuna, and they're very tactile when you open the door to the land court. But the land court holds a lot of history, a lot of genealogy, because to succeed to Māori land, you have to go back to your first ancestor. So the very beautiful work, this next one is also in the Māori land court too, just some modern interpretations. So I'll just quickly move now because time's running out. This is the central library, Tūranga, and it's a central atrium, which is 4 flights, 4 stories, and the idea was having a modern artwork here. And this is Tāwhaki. In our storing, he climbed to the heavens and obtained the knowledge, the baskets of knowledge. And here is another artworks inside. They're on black sound tiles inside one of the auditorium, which talks again about our creation story. And some of the graphic design work. And this is the last video we'll show, and then I've got probably 2 minutes after that. Sorry, we're just going to show a couple of minutes of this video. This is the opening of the library of Tūranga, which means my home place, my landing place.
Ko te tino mano tēnei whare ki a mātou, ko te mahitahi te taho te iwi kāinga ngai tahi ngai tuahuriri, me ngā kaimahi toi o matapōpore. Ki te hanga tētahi whare e kōrero ana mo ngā kōrero tuku iho o te takiwānei.
Heaps of people here. It's fun because when there's heaps of people there, you usually make new friends.
This piece is based on Tāwhaki, which sort of relates to part of the library being that for a place of learning. Tāwhaki went in search for those baskets of knowledge, so it's sort of quite appropriate. You go to a library to find that knowledge. So we used stainless steel, which has been brushed to create a sort of feathery sort of feel, along with fiberglass on the inside, paint and tōtara.
So again, you can watch these in your own time. They're a bit longer and too long for today's presentation. So just in summary, we've been given an opportunity to shape the development of the city and ensure our artworks and narratives are an integral part of the city moving forward. And they've been retold, and our artworks are on external areas of buildings, inside buildings, featured in landscaping, and in key locations in the central city. Walking tours, we've now organised some walking tours. It's about 2 hours, so if you ever get there, my name, email is on the link to the videos, because in the summertime mainly we'll be doing the walking tours, and taking our artworks out of the classroom and into the community spaces. It took a seismic event to create a seismic opportunity, which has helped us to re-indigenise the city landscape through our artworks and narratives. Mō tātou, this is a proverb, mō tātou a mō kauri a muri ake nei, for us and the generations to come. So my last slides, what's in store for the future. I thought I would show you a fun slide of something very creative that has never happened before. This is a whare, a traditional looking whare, but it's made of wool from the sheep, a wool, and it's been knitted by a number of knitters, and it's called Te Whare Harikoa, which is about bringing happiness and joy to people. And it's life-size, and there are some people inside, a couple of people. So this is another innovation of our artworks. I told my grandsons this was me here, represented in the artworks, but it's really about evolving and retelling our stories in the way we want to tell them. And no one will dictate how we tell them, but it is also taking those stories into the future and ensuring intergenerational well-being for our people. Kia ora.
Thank you. And once again, thank you to Professor Lynn Haratate Aika for her talk. Okay, I really like the curation of the keynote speakers today and the topics, because we are talking about the art not only as an expression, but as an active engagement. And to continue on that line, I would like to welcome Rolf Laven, InSEA World Counselor and educator from Vienna.
Hello, hello? Yeah, it works. So, thank you for the invitation. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to speak to you today in the inspiring city of Olomouc, a city of cultural richness and historical depth. Once the capital of Moravia, Olomouc has been the center of a learning and creativity for centuries, and it's still the historical heart. The Baroque architecture, the spiritual landmarks, and the academic legacy are mirrored by modern vibrancy in the arts and education. Be careful, this keynote contains advertising placements. There are another two. Today we gather under the generous guidance and warm hospitality of InSEA and InSEA Czech Republic to explore how art education becomes a form of civic action, empowerment, and democratic revitalization. Our conference team, Unexpected Territories, invites us to step beyond disciplinary borders and anticipated pedagogies. As art educators, we are constantly navigating between tradition and transformation. We are always stewards of change, of possibilities. In this keynote, I purpose that art education, rooted in participation, making, and reflection, is not just about expression, it's the catalyst for change. We must ask ourselves, how can art education take concrete social responsibility today? What models and methods open new awareness of action? And how can we empower people? Through art, through education, through shared practices for transformation. Artistic engagement is performative, poetic, and a political force. It's a form of knowledge-making that connects individuals and communities across generations, cultures, across disciplines. I invite you to explore this question with me through a narrative of draws on history, theory, and practice, and open up the unexpected territories for creative agency. Let's try if it works. No, that was the opening. That was the first placement. And now, yeah, number 1. Beyond aesthetics, art education as a square of social engagement. My research contributes and artistic practice show how the engagement and inclusion of students in real-life art-based community projects enhance social responsibility, critical reflection, and the desire to co-create a better world. Service learning, you name it sometimes, engaged learning, community-based learning. Service learning is a tool to create that. We do it in communities, in symposias, in real life, in conferences, in workshops, in ateliers, in museums, on the street. Participatory invite dialogue, build trust, and foster empowerment. It is a field of possibilities, an aesthetic dialogue that connects people, a dialogue that transforms differences and similarities into productive exchange. It builds trust in oneself, in others, in the community. Art and design pedagogic making a civic practice. So the next. I attempt to advocate for a pedagogic that unites artistic freedom with material making, with tinkering, crafting, and expression. Combining visual literacy, visual competency, art making, and craft education generates spaces where students can learn to see, think, and act. In an era where we risk becoming disembodied digital beings, they tangle act of creating with tools, textures, and techniques. So the social platform of art, empowerment through expression. Do you think art is neutral? Do you agree when I claim that art is never neutral? Never. Can you or should it be personal or only personal? This question clearly shows art resists, transforms, and connects. Art education is a kind of social platform, can open space where empowerment becomes possible. Empowerment starts where people express themselves, where experience gets visible and gain agency. They're especially crucial for sidelined youth who may feel disconnected from traditional education structures. This is especially critical for marginalized groups like refugees, young people without formal access to culture, those who perceive themselves as non-creative. Participatory art practices in schools, museums, or communities nurture empathy, foster agency, and help young people find their voice. Art education is not a luxury, it's not a nice to have, it's a necessity. An essential necessity is crucial. So, the visual narratives across culture and excluded spaces. In context of displacement, silence often dominates. Languages falters where trauma resides, and stories remain untold when no forum exists to hear them. In such spaces, art, especially drawing, graphic storytelling, and drama, can become a form of speaking, healing, and reclaiming. In my long-term field project in the Sahrawi refugee camps in Algeria's desert in Smara, Dakhla, and Boujdour, we implemented graphic storytelling workshops with children and local teachers. My participants have never drawn before, never worked with clay before. Yet, through simple prompts like draw what you touch today, complex visual narratives emerged. The drawings bore witness to life under extreme conditions. They reflect hope, grief, resistance, and crucially, they offered aesthetic empowerment to those whose voices are often erased. The non-verbal stories became bridges of intercultural understanding, allow personal and collective experiences to be visualized and shared. This work resonated deeply with the Erasmus Plus project, Soundwords, Graphic Storytelling and Inclusion. We gathered 2018 till 2020, which further developed a pedagogical use of visual storytelling in social, political, marginalized contexts. Soundword brought together institutions from Austria, Portugal, Malta, Italy, Germany, and Spain to explore how graphic novels and visual narratives can facilitate expression and critical dialogue where words fail, including refugee camps, urban peripheries, and community affected by migration. Through Soundwords, we collaborate a new method of visual literacy, visual competency, participatory drawing, and multimodal storytelling that empower learners regardless of language, proficiency, and formal education. It generates knowledge, shapes identity, and enables shared languages of human experience. Another topic was the teacher education project, the Teacher Academy ACES, the Academy for Inclusive and Innovative Schools. And also EU-founded Erasmus Plus Teacher Academy. It started in 2023 and it's still lasting till 2026, that aims to empower primary school teachers with inclusive, art-based and interdisciplinary teaching methodologies. ACES develops and pilots innovative teaching approaches in 3 strands: drama for learning languages, drama for sciences, and drama for humanities. These models link language learning, theatrical visual art methods to curricular content and educational goals across Europe. Within the ACES framework, creative pedagogical formats are developed, tested and disseminated in a transnational or a supranational training events in school-based implementation. Teacher training models includes hands-on workshops, reflective dialogues, and open access material hubs. ACES illustrates how inclusive art education can be embedded into teacher formation while responding to contemporary social, cultural, and ecological challenges. Now we go to school. School as utopian spaces of possibilities. When I walk into a school, I step outside everyday's logic. Entering a school, a classroom, a seminar, a conservatory, a museum, a gallery, often it feels to me like stepping through a portal, leaving everyday's logic behind me and entering into a time machine. Back and forth, right and left, up and down. A laboratory for ideas, aspiration, even gentle resistance. Sometimes furious resistance. Classrooms, ateliers, workshops, these should not be economic production zones, but free, transformative, experimental fields, where time expands, materiality unfolds, and relationship deepens. Transformation begins in the intersection of creation and critical thought. Classrooms and studios become dream spaces where new social and ecological realities can be imagined. Schools today must encourage questioning, listening, and perspective taking, not as institutions of conformity, but as spaces for possible transformation. School should not become surrogate parliaments or social welfare facilities, but they can initiate debates, cultivate participation, and enable agency. So, another central topic I have to talk about is now an actual project called Sparlow Sky. It's a street in Vienna next to my atelier. It's a normal street in Vienna, not very long. The parallel street is called Kurzgasse, Short Gasse. but it's double, it's half of the shortcuts, so only 3 buildings. In opposite of my atelier, there's a school, and in between the school and this, there's a big school complex. This is the school complex here. We are now realizing a cultural meeting zone. So it's a pedestrian zone. So they started now to build it 2 weeks ago in the beginning of the semester turn. We get rid of about 20 parking places and 15 new trees will be planted there. As I left yesterday, the day before, the workers told me if you come back from Czechia, we will be ready. I don't believe in that. But in the end of the vacancy, I think they will finish it. And then we will have in Vienna a zone in between an atelier and a school to work inside of this space. Another project, I just show you some further photos of this project. It was the beginning 4 years ago. After the COVID time, I talked to the headmaster of the school. There are 3 schools together in one complex. It's in the center of Vienna, very near to the first district, but also in a very marginalized zone. A lot of drug addicts and homeless people are turning around there. And we created together with students from the Academy of Fine Arts, the University of Applied Arts, Action Day meeting zones. And yeah, we hope that it will be realized in this autumn. So the next is number 5, thinking ahead, reimagine learning spaces, museums, schools as contact zones. Finally, I want to talk about my 3rd best practice example in terms of learning spaces. Together with Wolfgang Weinlich, I developed the concept of thinking ahead in art education, a forward-looking anthropological and relational framework for rethinking learning environments. It's the heart of the idea that schools and museums must transform into contact zones, dynamic spaces where dialogue, friction, negotiation, and co-authorship, shared authorship take place. Both institutions must move beyond their traditional roles. Art education is not about teaching answers. It's about opening space for questioning, plural, poetic, and political. Museums historically shaped by colonial narratives and the logic of preservation should evolve into inclusive, dialogical learning environments. The same holds on to schools. They must embrace ambiguity, critical inquiry, and creative disruption. Here I showed 2 examples, old examples, 15 years old. One was realized in the Wien Museum, in the Vienna Museum. It's this project here. It's the Speed Endless Frieze. It was a frieze produced with students in an exhibition in the Wien Museum while they were presenting the Vienna kinetism, one project of Franz Zichiger will talk later about. And it was working with music in a museum, be participatory part of the museum and then exhibit this. It was the first approach. The other one is also in the Museumsquartier in Vienna. We presented the Kunstraumschule. It's a double meaning. Kunst, Traum means dream, art, dream. But also Traum, Raum is space. So it's not easy to translate it. We got the chance to present schoolworks from whole Vienna, from the primary school to the universities in this space. So I put all this, I was the curator of this exhibition. I put all these works into this exhibition room in Vienna's center. But I will talk about this as another advertisement. I will talk about it in the panel of Trish Osler and Anita Sinner. I think it's on Thursday. So next. Yeah, cooperation between Böckwe. This is why we need organization and institutions which lead me to Böckwe and InSEA. As the first chair of BÖCWE, the Austrian National Association for Art and Design Education, I see strongly parallels with InSEA's mission. Both organizations promote art education as a civic right and as a democratic necessity. Both provide platforms for teacher training, research, and international exchange. The BÖCWE is Austria's independent cross-sectoral professional body for art and craft education for kindergarten to university. It advocates for the relations between art, visual culture, aesthetic education, and society, secure qualified teaching, and influence curricula and facilitate containing education, professional networking, public visibility, and cooperation with international art pedagogic networks. The same I can tell now about InSEA. Every one of you knows about that. The education through art. You can read it in the manifesto. It's very easy. Together, BÖCWE and InSEA embody complementary scopes, national grounding and international reach, policy advocacy and research, teacher training and global exchange. But as we look in the future, I'm pleased to announce the possibility joint venture initiative in November 2026 to mark BÖCWE's 70th anniversary. We will host an international Engage, Connect and Transform conference at the University College of Teacher Education in Vienna. Another advertisement. This gathering could be endorsed by InSEA and become maybe an InSEA European Regional Conference. A platform for building stronger bridges across research, teaching, and practices in visual culture and design education. So, as you see, last year, InSEA got the 70th anniversary. This year, Peter Fiedgen told me yesterday by beer, the Canadian Association got the 70th anniversary, and next year the Austrian Association got the 70th anniversary. You can see a lot of the 70th anniversary of the InSEA, also advertisement, online, a lot of webinars, the fantastic online catalog. Do it later. As we look to the future, and I always look to the future, I try to look to the future, so save the date, next year, 12th till 15th November in Vienna, there will be a conference. A conference for Connect, Engage, and survive in the arts. So, survive in the arts, the next point is my special topic, always talking about Franz Zischek and the Viennese juvenile art class as a special topic because I'm now working 25 years. Franz Zischek is, I think, more known in outside Austria than in Austria, and I will talk about it now. Then just here, just down the road, lies the legacy of Franz Zischek, who was born 1865 in Litomerice, in Leitmeritz, in Bohemia. He was an artist and educator in Vienna who revolutionized art education with simple but radical ideas. Children should create, not copy, express, not reproduce. Very easy. When we speak about free and child-centered art education today, we inevitably return to the legacy of Franz Zischek, a pioneer whose work continues to resonate across continents and centuries. No wonder that one of the founders of InSEA called Franz Zischek the father of art education. Zischek's Wiener Jugendkunstklasse, the juvenile art class, founded during the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, at the Wiener Kunstgewerbeschule, now named the University of Applied Arts. So the kids aged 4 till 12, they were students at an university to work there. Was a revolutionary artistic pedagogical experiment. In his atelier and workshops, children were not passive recipients, but active creators. Rather than instruction children, Zischek invited them as assistants to explore their inner worlds and express their own life experience through art. His method rejected imitation in favor of imagination, a principle that continues and shaped the InSEA's mission for today. See that in manifesto. We see a lot of recognition in Zizek's legacy, not just as an honor, but we call it into action. Zizek believed in art as a cultural responsibility. And now, a vital chapter of the recognition of Franz Zizek's legacy must be acknowledged. Francesca Wilson, a social engaged Birmingham geography teacher who played a decisive role in safeguarding and promoting Zizek's vision beyond Austria. She worked for the Save the Children Fund and for the Youth Red Cross, and he organized the help for Austria after the First World War. Got from Zizek a collection from 101 children's works as a personal gift and brought it to the UK. There were a lot of more drawings touring and created by the Jugendkunstklasse, touring through all the big cities from Great Britain and Ireland and Scotland and Wales. In Europe was still recovering from war. They were celebrated not only for their artistic value, but for the symbol as a piece. The answer to the British controversy about how to deal with ex-enemy children, Bernard Shaw replied or put in, "I have no enemies younger than 9 years old." And now in 1925, Zizek's enduring impact gained new international recognition when the Zizek collection, the English Zizek collection, nowadays housed at the Yorkshire Sculpture Park at the National Art Education Archive, the NAEA, was officially inscribed to the UNESCO Memory of World Heritage Register. Just took place 2 months ago in May. The collection comprises 101 original Wilson works, painting, woodcuts, and lino cuts. By the way, Franz Zizek was the inventor of lino cut in school situation, because in Vienna in 1918 there was no possibility to work with wood anymore. They needed the wood to fire their ovens. So lino cut was invented, and he used it for pedagogic purpose. So it was a part of pan-European nomination coordinated by IRAND, by the International Research and Archive Network, founded by Kunibert Behring, Kunstakademie Düsseldorf, and Jutta Strötter-Bender, under the title Drawings and Writings of Children During Wartime in Europe 1914 till 1950. The inclusion of the collection by UNESCO alongside globally renowned documents like Beethoven's Number 9, and the Magna Carta, and also the diary of Anne Frank, show how important these drawings are. At the same time, the children's drawing from the Terezin concentration camp, so it's a relation to Czechia, were listed at this UNESCO register as a cultural heritage. Children's drawing, which were created under the care of Zizek and Johannes Itten student Friedel Dicker-Brandeis. She also studied at the Kunstgewerbeschule and at the Bauhaus during everyday life in a concentration camp, and are now on permanent display on the old synagogue, the Jewish Museum in Prague. But that's another story. How a magnificent sign in arts education. The acknowledge goes far beyond historical preservation. It reminds us that art education has always been political. Students, Zizek students, some of them are younger than 4, created images of hope, suffering, resilience, and fantasy in the face of unspeakable conflicts. The works reveal in the inner worlds of children and the power of artistic expression, and bear witness to heal and to transform. It seems to be a bitter irony that Zizek's drawings collection from 101 drawings is now protected as crown jewels in the Yorkshire Sculpture Park as UNESCO documentary heritage, while the larger and most important corpus of Zischek's collection in Vienna at Wien Museum's archive with about 110,000 exponates remain hidden, less known, unseen, and in a decentralized underground concrete countryside depot in Lower Austria. It remains unrecognized. The treasure there is overprotected, cocooned, well-tempered, under ideal restoration conditions, in a deep sleep, so to speak. This historical twist underscores what must be ethic. Do not seal creativity, but sustain it. The fact that the UK archive was included while the far more extensive Viennese Zischek collection by UNESCO is a poignant irony. It's a kind of cultural re-export of Austria's own heritage. But just let me start and give a personal note. What does this have to do with InSEA, with UNESCO, and with Zischek? I talked about InSEA and Böckfur as transforming institutions before. My turning point in so many life areas is also deeply rooted in it. My journey with Franz Zischek started in 1995. So I was the guy who inventarized all the 110,000 works in the Wien Museum. It was a fantastic work. It lasted about 10 years. I didn't earn a lot of money, but it was, it was research work. But I loved this work. I did some interviews with still students, pupils from this. And my story began in 2016 because there was a regional conference in Vienna. It was my first conference. I applied with a paper on Franz Zischek because Franz Zischek was a former professor at this university. And for my surprise and also my disappointment, this paper was rejected. As other Austrian papers too. But it was, it was a double-blind, peer-reviewed democratic act that sometimes papers get rejected. Yeah. Despite this, I decided to attend the conference because it was cheap for me. It was in my city. I used the tram to go to this place and getting a full member of InSEA and want to follow. And then what followed changed my life totally. I met wonderful colleagues there and made lasting InSEA friendships. Teresa Etzer, at that time she was the president of InSEA, recognized the death of Zischek issue and generously invited me to go to Portugal to come to her place, her art education institution. I slept in her house. I made a big tour through Portugal to Porto, to Lisboa, to Viana do Castelo. And this was, it was a turning point. And then 2017, I went to Daegu. This was my first InSEA conference outside of Austria. I met a lot of more people, and also I met people from the UNESCO Commission. And they asked me, why don't you put this big collection, about 110,000 exponates in Vienna, under the heritage preserving from UNESCO? So we had to ask the Wien Museum, and the Wien Museum is another special snowflake to say, no, we are not interested. It's too big, too much work. We are renovating the archive, we are renovating the house. So I asked my friends at the Yorkshire Sculpture Park in the Lawrence Batley archive with the 101 exponates, and they said, yes, it's a good thing to do. So this process lasted about 7 years now, and in May they got this heritage protection. So now it's a funny thing that now Brexit Great Britain or Brexit England got this heritage, this UNESCO heritage, and Vienna not. It's always a question of, circling around. So, yeah. Next point. It was now a big transition to go from Zischek to the STEAM education, and I think I don't have the time to talk about that, but for me it's very, very important, to create I'm working in one of these projects called Cultural Collisions, which deals with the STEM and the art education, together with the University of Natural Sciences and the University College of Teacher Education, Informatics and Art Education. You see the big transition. And we have realized a doctoral PhD program, and at the same time we worked at this research project, Cultural Collisions. So we got some exhibitions there. We started, it's a 6-year-long project, it's now it's in the 3rd year. And maybe we will talk about it next year at the conference. But I just wanted to show you, I'm very proud of this logo, STEAM, the A plus in between the brackets, the plus for, you know, in Austria you have other marks, but I think in the States, the A plus is a very high mark. Also as energy coefficient is very important. So I want to show that art is not only additive, it's not only decorative, it is very important in this context of STEAM. Also my students from this doctoral PhD program, Anastasia Safran and Hendrik Wennebach, they are somewhere over there. Hi. Yeah, we're talking about that. So I think I'm running out of time. We are all totally hungry. Let me see, what is the time? We're over the time, sorry about that. I just wanted to show you at the last slide, so we have not the time to talk about it, all the project. This is a sociogram of our project from the university. You see the STEM, you see the University of Applied Arts Academy. You see all the different Erasmus projects. There are some in the area of service learning. Some there are in the area of drama pedagogic and in visual literacy. InSEA is in it. So art must transform to reality, not just reflect it. That's the motto of the new next year's conference. Let us engage, connect, and transform together. And I make a last advertising. On Thursday, we have our last advocacy and network group from InSEA, and we will invite you to use this panel because there are some, also we talk about ARCIS, we talk about some of these projects here, but you have to find them. It's a little bit complicated because it's a big program, you see. So thank you for your audience. That's it. I think we're all a little bit hungry now. Or hungry and angry. So that's it. Thank you very much. And if you are interested, there are some of the publications over there. You can talk to me later. I'm very happy to talk about this topic. But do it with a coffee or some beer. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Rolf. I know already coming in front of the crowd who's hungry, it's really tough position to have. But I'm bringing just some brief technical information. It's time to pause to have your lunch. It will be served at the Convict, at the Art Center of Palacký University. You can get there by just following people whom I will introduce later. You will get your lunch at the ground floor, at the atrium, and you can explore the Parkan Gardens, which I've mentioned previously, and they're attached to the whole building. So don't worry, you won't get lost. Of course, this cinema hall will remain open, so you can keep your stuff here, or you can return when you feel like it, but be back at 2 o'clock sharp when we start with the second part of opening day. If you'd like to explore surrounding cafes, eras, restaurants, of course, we're happy to have you here at Olomouc. So explore, enjoy it. And a quick reminder, if you haven't yet picked your registration package and the badge, you can do so during the break at Convict as well, the same building. So it's very well organized. Wow. But before we head off, we want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the incredible team behind the stage. Please join me in case you're somebody here, the team that made this Congress possible. I think they're already having lunch. Okay, we'll thank them later. Just follow people who have the staff badge to Convict and see you around at 2. Tak to uděláme.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with you. I love the aspect of the steam. Sorry.
Let's go back to the slides. Yes, and there they show the place exactly. If the works are all gathered, then they show us the place.
When they were we see them.
Be close to this thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much. See you later on tonight. We're going to come back, I think. It depends on our level of tiredness, but we'll come back this afternoon.
There will be, as you know, 2 more papers, and then there will be the film.
Yeah. Yes.
Animated film.
Great.
Yes,
Well, we'll go for lunch. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I don't know if you remember me. Po polski możemy, przepraszam, bo ja po angielsku. Monika z Polski.
Monika,
jestem
yes,
szefowa
yes.
polskiego i z Petrą jesteśmy w kontakcie i cię was zapraszamy. Aldonka przyjedzie. Dzisiaj powinna być, ona się nie zameldowała. Jestem z Basią Kaczorowską. Basia jest też.
Aha.
I was dwie zaprosimy do Polski, żebyśmy nawiązali kontakty, prawda?
Určitě,
bo za blisko
musíme,
jesteśmy.
Přesně tak. A vy jste z Gdaňsku.
Ja jestem z Łodzi, Basia jest z Łodzi, Beata jest z Łodzi, a Aldona jest ze Śląska, a my mamy siedzibę w Gdańsku. Ale to nie przeszkadza.
Aha. No,
ja tylko trzymam ryzy i trzymam pieniądze, tak? Tylko to.
You know, I'm going to do cheeky and if I had to do a workshop or something, but it's actually
How are you? Are you
Okay. Yes. I just need to adjust the flash because it's really dark in here. Okay, I will try. And one more, please.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Starożytna tu ma to... Nie, to wam rozświeci, także nie to leci. Tak jak
Hello, good afternoon. Can I have your short attention? I know
we're not
not
right on
schedule.
schedule. Thank you for your patience. We'll start right away with the second block. But beforehand, we'd like to take a picture of all of you as a group photo for this Congress. And I've been asked to ask those in the back rows, in the back seats, if you can move a little bit to the front. Although it looks pretty crowded right now. Do you want them to make okay. So this is the photographer. Máme nějak blanknout ten. Vadí to světlo, to proti světlo. Asi zastavme, ono to jo, jako vytvoří to. Jo. Dobře. Okay. Thank you for your patience. The people from the back rows, they're moving more to the front, so we'll have a nicer photo. It's cooler downstairs. They recommend to move because the up it's more warm. Yeah, about the weather, nobody was responsible for the weather from the organizational team, so that's not on us. But you look super fresh and amazing. Don't worry. A mají nějak zamávat třeba potom? Yes. Yep. So the rule of the group photo is essentially when you can't see the lens can't see you. So in case you're not seeing the lens, please move more towards so you can see it. It's pretty simple rule. Okay, now everybody's almost sitting. What? Yep, we can see it. It works very well, apparently. Oh, okay. We will try it. Please be patient. That was the first photo. And second. Now, Do an expression, shake your hands, wave. Hey! Perfect. Okay. Let's watch the jingle and then we can officially start.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna stay here probably because we're gonna kick it off with another keynote lecture. Please welcome on stage Susan Coles. Susan M. Coles. I've heard rumors that she's an expert on vertigo pop. So do I have to ask her afterwards? Not yet.
Hello?
Hi.
Well, I wonder how I got here today, by the way, because I don't mean the journey to Olomouc. That had its moments because a lovely old couple on the train tried to share their 5-course picnic with me by the time we got out of Prague station, so it was quite difficult for the rest of the journey because it was all meat and I don't eat it. So how am I here today, standing, speaking to all of you really amazing people, art educators from across the world? I think we share a lot, and I'd like to talk about that today. And my talk is called Not All Those Who Wander Are Lost. And it is a quote from Lord of the Rings, which I will explain a little bit later to you. And I got here simply because, it's confession time now, isn't it? I didn't really enjoy school, by the way. I quite liked primary school. I haven't changed that much. I quite liked primary school, but once I got to secondary school, or some of you call high school, I did not like it at all. And I have got all of my school reports, which I read for entertainment sometimes, and they said things like, must work harder, not good enough, too silent in class, Susan spends too much time doing nothing, really. Susan doesn't seem to enjoy maths, so she doesn't even try. She needs to contribute more in class. Now, I went to a girls' convent school. We were taught by nuns of the Sisters of Charity. I'd like to say that not all of them were as charitable as that description might sound. Every day at that school was a menu of facts. Literally, we just went from classroom to classroom, and it was lots of God, lots of facts, lots of academic subjects in really cold, grey classrooms, and even colder corridors in the winter time. And me, I got through it because I was a dreamer. Simple as that, and I still am, and I don't really bother me that I'm still a dreamer. So my two favourite subjects were English, because I could read a story and get lost in it. I could write a story and get lost in it. And you've probably worked out that the second one was art,
because in art I could transport myself to another world and escape from the things I didn't like. There was a little bit of magic in my school. I had a really nice small group of friends. In fact, I still see that small group of friends. And I had an amazing art teacher for 4 years at that school. And she was called Sister Catherine. Now, I don't know if she was old or young, because when you are 11, everybody looks of a certain age. But she was just her. And my memory of her is quite strong. She was very, very tall. She had a slightly wonky headdress on, unlike all the other nuns who were neat and tidy. Her dress was splattered with paint and smudged with chalk. She was chaotic. She was eccentric. She had this enormous keychain dangling down from her waist. She was always on the move in the art room. I can never remember her sitting down, though I presume she did at some point. And the room just burst with inspiration. Not just the art on the walls, but things that I really wanted, like there was a record player for the sixth formers only to use, and I couldn't wait to get to the sixth form. She had a personal collection of what a lot of art teachers have, interesting objects. You know exactly what I mean. And she had a little wonky bookcase, and she had some very old books on it, and she had some nice new books on it. And she also, the art room had a smell. Put your hand up if you know what the smell of an art room is. Yeah, you've got it. It was the smell of an art room, and she encouraged me to experiment. She would say, work big, work small, try this out, see what happens if you do this. And she also took my class to the very first art exhibition that I've ever been to. So that's why she's important to me. Now, that room was my refuge from the minute I walked into it on the first day of school, aged 11. Not only in lesson time, but in lunch times as well, because she actually then made me an art room monitor. And I got a badge that said monitor, and that was well cool. But you know what? If you've ever met me, I always wear a badge, and it all goes back to when I had my monitor's badge. I just loved it. I found my voice through art, and I haven't shut up since. Sister Catherine, right, she was letting you ask questions about art. I was loving looking at art. I was loving making art. I was loving being puzzled sometimes by art. Everything about it just fascinated me. She had no idea she was shaping the path that I would walk one day and wander down. She had no idea at all. But she gave me a book, and I still have that book to this day. It was called Pleasure from Pictures. It's beautiful, isn't it? And she gave it to me for a reason. That's her handwriting at the bottom. She had beautiful handwriting. She also taught me how to do calligraphy and things that I always wanted to do. I thought she gave me the book to borrow, but she said, no, it's for you to keep. And I knew why she'd given it to me. Because in the corner of the art room, there was a little group of framed pictures. And they were like little landscapes. There was a Monet, I think it was a haystack. There was a constable. And there was this picture, which some of you will recognise. Mine had Habima's The Avenue at Middle Harness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I fell in love with a painting when I was 11 years old. I absolutely fell in love with that painting. Because what I used to do, especially as it was about 10 minutes from a chemistry lesson or a maths lesson, I used to disappear into that painting. I could feel the dusty path beneath my feet. I could hear the cows lowing in the fields. I could hear the church bells ringing. I could hear the people talking. I could hear that dog barking and snuffling. I could smell the smoke from the chimneys. I could look up at the trees and the sky. I could listen to the birds. I was completely inside that painting until the bell rang and I had to go somewhere else. And I was always looking down that avenue, looking for other paths to wander. And now, in the world that we live in, decades later, I actually find myself terribly saddened and overwhelmed by the world that we live in. Conflict, loss, displacement, political chaos, climate crisis. There are days I wish I could step back into that painting and disappear. But then I remember my role, which is also your role, as artist teachers, and the resilience and the power that we actually have. So this is not so much a lecture today, it's a shared walk, because I'm going to be walking with you for 30 minutes. Now, this is not just a memory or a moment of nostalgia. It's a reminder of why I do this work. A reminder to me and why we all do this work. Because in a world that is actually fractured by the inequality of war, violence and disconnection, art education is not a soft power. It is transformative power. It's really important because when we can teach our young people to imagine differently, we plant seeds of resistance against systems that want them to comply and not to create. That's important. This for wandering. We push back against a culture of control. When we build belonging, we challenge the narratives that tell people that they do not matter. We're doing art education for you, little baby. Right, remember that. The permanence that we offer is actually not in fixed curricula or perfect outcomes. It's in the values that we all model. Justice, courage, care are some of those values. As art educators, we're not bystanders. We're the bridge builders, the truth tellers. We are actually the co-creators of a much more humane world. And we do it every day. One gesture, one image, one child, one person at a time. And as Bell Hooks once said, education is the practice of freedom. And we live in this really sad world, don't we? But we are getting our children to stand up and say what they believe in. And I know that I'm actually not alone in this, because wherever I've travelled in this really difficult world that we live in, wherever I've travelled, especially in my own country, I've been lucky to see and work with art educators in so many places. And I've seen the same thing. The belief that art matters because people matter. And people do matter. So I'll just share a few examples with you because you're going to be sharing your examples with each other during this week. I have a friend called Alison, and she was working in Vietnam, and that is a dark picture for a reason. And she was working in an international school which was actually full of what we would call privileged children. Their parents could afford to pay the fees, etc., etc. Alison and I have been friends for a long time. I went over to do the big draw with her and her students. And as part of that, she took their year 9, that's children of 13 and 14, out of school to visit an orphanage. This is the classroom of the school in the orphanage. The children in the orphanage are displaced. Some of them have been abandoned. Some of them have been trafficked. They are small, they have a lot of special needs, and there is no state orphanage, right? It is funded by charity, local people and volunteers. So the idea was we took these privileged children to work for a full day with the displaced children in the orphanage to create something that would make that room a little bit nicer. And if you look at the room, there's one window and it's covered with a blackboard. And all the cooking materials are in the corner because they don't have enough space. And they cook outside and they eat outside. So they were a little bit nervous when they arrived there. And the children at the orphanage weren't quite sure what was going on. But they fully got involved. Some of them were non-verbal. Some of them had really special needs, but you know what? They could all draw. Could all hold a pencil or a crayon or put some paint on a brush. So they worked together for the full day. And the idea was that the year 9 children would take the work back to their school and try and finish it off and then it would come back to the orphanage. And the lovely thing about it was that to begin with, they were very nervous, and then they started just talking to each other, if they could talk, or using hand signals, and they just did something spectacular. So Alison and her assistant Tung took the work back to the school. They had it professionally framed, and they started to put it up on the classroom walls. So suddenly that awful, dark, dull room starts to be brightened up. And that is the story of one person. And one story where you are giving something that wasn't there in the first place. Now, this is another thing. Do you remember in lockdown? Anyone remember lockdown? Do you remember Zoom, 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 Zoom? Well, when we were all bored rigid, weren't we, by doing our professional development online, I was organising a webinar, and the theme was home. So we were looking at art history and how people represented their houses, etc. And what I decided to do was to invite a speaker that I knew that did a lot of drawing about home. And she came on, Bea Barrett, and she did this beautiful presentation, and she shared a couple of her drawings. And I'll now tell you that Bea was 8 years of age when she did that. And she actually came back a year later at another webinar we were doing and did a presentation then as well. And I think that it's really important to give young people the opportunity to use their voices and to talk about what they experience. I think that is essential, and I think we are silencing generations of children, and obviously things like social media are not helping there either. So, now this picture is even more interesting. You'll see Ken Robinson's name up there. I went to my MP, my Member of Parliament, about 13 years ago, and said I was a bit annoyed at our government at the time because they were marginalising the arts in education, and could she do something about it? Well, she's one MP out of 625 MPs. But she became my friend, and we set up, and we still have, by the way, an all-party parliamentary group in Westminster, in the Houses of Parliament, in London, right? And we can set up the agenda, we can invite MPs and lords and ladies from the House of Lords, and we can take young people to it. Those young people actually got a message from Ken Robinson at the end of it. So we took those children to Parliament, and they stood up and they held some of the MPs that were present to account and complained about the fact that their school was brilliant in the arts, but the school up the road wasn't, and what were these MPs going to do about it? And this is such an opportunity for young people, but it's also an opportunity to the people who are accountable for strategy and policy decisions to listen to those voices of people who in the future will be voting or not voting for them. And this is the young people there from a school in Yorkshire, and they're with their two teachers, and the rest of those people are actually MPs, one of who became actually the Secretary of State for Education. Now, through the last few years, some of you who'd never heard of Big Draw will have heard of Big Draw because we have been doing it as part of InSEA, doing it as an online thing. The Big Draw is an international celebration of drawing. It happens every single October across the world and throughout the year as well. And in the northeast of England, I am part of a kind of a network of art teachers, and every year we get together with students from one of our sixth form colleges. We invite lecturers from local universities. We find a place that will host it, and we spend an entire day where we open up all of our doors and we get the community in to come in and just draw. And it's an amazing thing to do because it just is fantastic to have somebody of 1 year working with somebody of 81 years, and to have all of these people working together. And they do it as an unfunded group. There's not a penny of funding comes our way. It's a grassroots group, and they do it simply because they love it. And loving art is a really important thing. It really is. So all of these things, there's the young kids enjoying themselves, and there's the older kids enjoying themselves. All of this is really important. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever read this book, right? But it's fabulous. And it's written by Donna Haraway, who is a kind of a feminist philosopher. And what I like about this is she said that when things are really bad, you have got to stay with the trouble. Now, I want you to keep that in your heads, because we have to stay with the trouble. Our task is to make trouble, to stir up potent response to devastating events, as well as to settle the troubled waters and rebuild those quiet places. And, you know, I'm standing here, right? And all the moments that I've shown you from Big Draw and the network and Parliament, they're not isolated moments. You're all doing them as well, and I think that's important. They're part of a pattern. We are part of a pattern. We're a constellation of practice in this room, from Hanoi to Harrogate, from Olomouc to Osaka. Everywhere, art educators are creating space for imagination, for healing, for protest, for joy. And we've heard the word joy already once today. That is something we need to keep in our heads, because it is the opposite of all the misery that's in this world. And this audience in front of me, you're InSEA, and you are not just a network of names and emails. You are a living, breathing community of people who choose to stay with the trouble, as Donna says, and make something from it. And I think that's important. So these stories I'm telling you, right, these stories and your stories you're going to tell over the next 4 days, they're not decorative. They are declarations of our intent, because you've also had your Sister Catherine's and your inspirational people in your life. And the most important thing is that you individually have been inspiring to other people. And anybody who is a teacher in a classroom knows you can change the direction of somebody's life by just one thing that you say to them. And that is such a powerful thing to be. Now, art for a long time, from scratches in the rocks to mark making on the walls, right? It has been there. It's not going to disappear. But you do have to ask the question, what is the role of the art educator in a changing world? We are the lens to that world. We have our artists that remind us about the things that have happened in the past and also allow us to imagine the things that might happen in the future. And I think that's really important to remember that. InSEA was founded in the wake of a world war. Very important, right? Because now it's not working. My assistant? Well, we can just do it on there, you know. If your batteries run out. That one. No, I just want to go on to the next slide. There you go. I've done it. Thank you. Power. Because you see, the world, if you look at that, classrooms are being blown up, aren't they? So we've got nowhere to teach. Children are waiting in queues for half a day to get a bowl of rice. And this is quite frightening as well, because we now have our young people completely absorbed by the internet and the world of media, which has been taken over by the likes of Zuckerberg and Musk and Rupert Murdoch and anybody else that you want to name. And this is a frightening world for us and a frightening world for them. But I think one of the most important things is to remember where InSEA came from, and that's what I'm talking about, is that Herbert Reed is one of our founders and the main founder. And last week I was in the University of Leeds, where Herbert Reed's collection of many of his writings is there, and also the history of Herbert Reed is kept there. And it was quite a powerful moment to see some of his documents in their archive. And the other thing about artists, which I love, is that they are always able to critique what is going on, to ridicule what was going on, to make us think seriously. This is my friend Bob and Roberta Smith, who his whole life is a protest. It's as simple as that. And you will recognise some of the people. This is an English artist called Cold War Steve, and if you look him up, he's fantastic. And all of these artists are going out there and kind of protesting, but also reminding us why they're there. Now, you know, 70 years ago, Herbert Reed wrote, "Art must lead to peace, or it is not art." He believed, and we continue to believe, that aesthetic education is essential in human life. It is, in fact, a human right. And what would he see in our world today? What would Herbert Reed see in our world today? Because he wouldn't see a lot of difference. A lot of people don't realise that he fought in the First World War. He was in the trenches. He saw his fellow soldiers being blown up, being shot. He saw all of that conflict, which led him later on in life to become a pacifist, and also eventually to become an anarchist, which, again, a lot of people don't know about. And he wanted, along with lots and lots of other people, to change the way that education functioned after the Second World War. So everything around us seems uncertain, and our systems shift and our policies change and your funding disappears. What can we really hold on to as art educators? Well, one of those things is to think about maybe the permanence in art education was never about the content or the outcomes or tidy curriculum boxes. Maybe it lives somewhere much deeper in the values that we carry with us. Really important to think about your own personal values. And we carry them into every space we go into, every project, every conversation, every day of our lives. And we have been doing that since 1954 as an organisation with a mission that has a bold manifesto. Here is a picture for your entertainment when we get past the wonderful Ai Weiwei making his comment about the refugee boats. The Guerrilla Girls, who haven't shut up for 35 years, they're brilliant as well. Barbara Kruger, etc., etc. And I'm sure many people recognise Jenny Holz's work. She's one of my favourite artists. She says the right things in the right place and makes you think about it. So, this is from the 1950s. This is the first InSEA General Assembly. There is a nice group of people on there. There is the logo in the background. They actually had an interpreter at the front. She's on the left-hand side. And they had a group of people from various countries. So that's what it was like almost 70 years ago. And I think we should just slip into 2025 and look at the difference. But we are still there. We are still there after 70 years. And Rolf is quite excited about the number 70 anyway, because everybody seems to be reaching that. And we loved it last year. We celebrated 70 years of InSEA. And we did it through our webinars, through our remembering, through the publication that we made through Art, which is an online publication, and through one of the webinars, which was my favourite, was when we got as many past presidents together as possible. And that was just very revealing, but also very inspirational. So I'm going to talk about 3 of those values today that I hold in my heart. These are really important values to me. Dignity. And dignity to me is the belief that every person, every child, every community holds worth. And not because of their performance, but simply because they are. They exist. Empathy. I don't think empathy should be a sentiment. I think it should be an action. The capacity to step into somebody else's world and let that change how we teach, how we lead, how we listen. That is so important, and it happens a lot in art education. And possibly the most important, that creativity is not just a process or a product, it's possibility, it's the dream. It's how we imagine our way out of crisis, and we are in crisis at the moment. It's how we make space for new futures to exist, even when the present sometimes feels too heavy to bear. And it's in these values that we find true permanence, not in fixed outcomes, but in how we choose to be. So, not all those who wander are lost. And how do I know that? Because I have wandered all my life. Through school systems as a pupil, through school systems as a teacher, through education, through classrooms, through countries where art's been marginalised, through countries where art has been celebrated and promoted. And I've been advocating for art education in my country now for 15 years, and I will never stop, because you can't shut me up. Because honestly, as a means of empowerment, it's survived everything in history, and it isn't dead, it's just damaged. And we've got to get out there and repair the damage. I cannot stop the war in Gaza, the famine in Sudan. I'm very sorry, America, I cannot rescue you from Trump. I cannot rescue anybody, but I can reread books and remind myself. I can talk like this and remind myself what I do, and I can use art. So Herbert Reed wrote a fantastic book on peace. It's a really poignant and philosophical reflection on the inhumanity of war and the futility of armed conflict. He really criticised the fact that people talk about heroes and glorification of war, because he says that war dehumanises people and undermines the foundations of civilization, which I think we would all agree with. So what does education through art do? Develop sensitivity, empathy and emotional intelligence. And if we want to counter aggression and the lack of humanity that will lead to war, we have to go out and do these things. And you know that Herbert Reed advocated for education of the whole person, body, mind and spirit. Wars destroy, peace builds, but in today's world building, peace is a bold and even radical act. It is humanity's greatest responsibility, and that responsibility belongs to us, individually and collectively. And all through my wandering, I found you. This community of InSEA, this movement that I didn't join until 2013 after attending my first Congress in Canterbury. I got elected onto the council in 2017. I had my first council meeting in Daegu, Korea in 2017, and I'm going to have a confession now, I might have to apologise after it. But at the beginning, my first council meeting and things, I was really intimidated by your collective intelligence. I was in a room of the researchers, the editors, the professors, the experts, more doctors than I'd found in a hospital. I wondered if there was room for a teacher. And there was, and there is, and thank you. Because there is room in this society for more teachers too. And that's our job. This collective is a community of people who choose every day to keep showing up. Please always do that. We must always build the bridges because we are quiet revolutionaries. This hasn't been a lecture, it's been a walk. And maybe we didn't find easy answers today, but we did find each other and all those other things that we have in common. And we're going to do that all week. And it's what I've learned. Permanence isn't in what we teach, but in how we walk. Not in control, but in care. Not in certainty, but in courage. And I'd like to thank everybody in this room, every single person, from the oldest to the youngest down there, for the work you do, for the hope that you hold, and the world you're helping to shape. Because I'm proud to walk with you. And I'm going to end this by telling you what happened after Sister Catherine left the art room. I was quite annoyed, actually, because they moved her. I don't know if it was because she was just a little bit chaotic, but she was moved over to the convent side, so we never really saw her in the art room again. I got this really boring art teacher afterwards who didn't do any kind of inspirational things for me. And I had to get through school because I wanted to go to art college, so I did do that. I sat my exams. I applied for a place in art college, which I got. And on the last day of term, right, when I was 17, the day that you're leaving school, the nuns invited us all to this farewell tea in the convent. And of course, I was going to go to art college, so I'd grow my hair long and become a vegetarian, because that's what you do when you become an art student. So when I got to the tea, all it was, right, was ham sandwiches, fish paste sandwiches, pork pies and sausage rolls. And I thought, well, there's nothing here for me, is there? So I just got quite bored, and school was in a slightly different part of the building. And I went up what we used to call the stone staircase, and I walked along to the art room, because the whole school was empty by then. And I walked into the art room, I remember pushing the handle down the door and going in. It wasn't quite the same as when she was there, because it didn't have the magic, right? But there was a shadow of her there, if you know what I mean. And I looked around it, and then in the little corner where the pictures were, I'll have to skip a slide in a minute. I saw my picture. So I stole it. It's mine. And it now hangs on my studio wall, and I have to pass it every single day. So what I want to end with is, art isn't my job, it isn't my career, it is my life. Thank you.
Sorry, it's difficult to moderate when you cry a bit during a keynote. So let's move on, if it's even possible. Thank you very much, Susan M. Calls. I think it was a beautiful emotional setup, because we now enter another dreamlike world. So take all the emotions you have, and let's move to local, another studio called Amanita Design. Allow me to be personal. I spent a lot of hours with Amanita Design. They create really, really perfect video games. And for me, they were the first studio that introduced that video games could be art and could be really meaningful. And they doesn't really necessarily have to be the first-person shooter, but they taught me to love adventure games and discover different worlds and explore the different quite unexpected territories. So it's really a pleasure to invite over Radim Jurda, I'm so sorry, designer from Amanita Design, who also created a game called Creeks, and he's going to take you on a journey.
All right. Maybe the mirroring of the screen, if you can turn it on, so we can see.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, great.
You're much higher. Like this.
Yeah. All right, so hello everybody. My name is Radim Jurda, and I am visual artist and game designer from Amanita's Design Studio that was just introduced. And in this talk, I would just like simply show you our portfolio, show you our games, tell you a little bit about them and about our approach for making the video games. And I would also like to tell you a little bit about the structure of our studio and how we operate. Okay, the studio is called Amanita Design. It was founded 22 years ago by Jakub Dvorský by creation of Samorost, of our first game. It's Prague-based, and we are focusing on like handcrafted video games that we put like a big focus on audiovisual qualities of it. This is our logo, and we like to change our logo with each game, so it looks a little bit differently every time. Maybe this will also work. Yes, perfect. We are all together around 30 people at the moment, but it's quite difficult to meet us all at once, as we are working in separate teams. They consist of like 2 to 8 or 10 people, and each of the team is working on their own game at the same time. And so more games are like in development at one moment. What is quite unique is that each team is, or each project, each game is led by one or more authors with some creative vision. And it happened that all of these people are actually like art students, and they have like background in traditional Czech animation. So we are like we like to. There is this roots in our work, like for the Czech animators like Jan Švankmajer, Karel Zeman, or Jiří Trnka, and stuff like this. And as I tell, we are focusing on handcrafted video games. This is our portfolio so far, and I will just like walk you through it. And then I would, at the end of the presentation, I would talk a little bit more about Creeks, because this is the game that I was personally working on as a director. Okay, so this is Samorost. And I would be jumping into the video folder if I will be good. Perfect. Yes. Yeah, so this was Samorost, and as I told, it was the first game of our studio. It was released 22 years ago. It was done as a solo project by Jakub Dvorský, who is director and the soul and the head of the studio. And it's following the story of this little gnome trying to save his strange planet that is actually made of natural objects. And from this world, the inspiration is the nature, and like the strange things that you can find in nature. Like Jakub is collecting these strange roots and woods and everything and rocks, collecting them at his cottage, making photographs of it. And in this game, like he was using these real photographs of the game, of the natural objects, turned them into the game. It was actually his diploma at the Academy of Architecture, Design and Arts in Prague, and it was done in Flash. It was playable in a web browser. It was free, and it was played by millions, because it was completely different in a time when it came out. Like the game can look like this. It was very unique. After 2 years, he made a sequel, Samorost 2, that was following Little Gnome saving his dog. And his team was joined by animator Václav Blín, musician Floex, and Foley artist Tomáš Dvořák. It was our first commercial project, and the game was divided into 2 parts, and the second one was behind the paywall. Okay. Then then there is Machinarium, which is our most famous game. And I will show you part of the trailer because it's really long. Let's go with this one. Okay, so Machinarium was directed again by Kuborski, released in 2009, and it's following the story of a robot Josef trying to save his robot girlfriend, Berta, and while doing it, saving also this strange robot town. It's our most successful title up to date, and it allowed us, it gave us like a financial stability, and it allowed us to create to operate fully independently up to this date. Our games, the creation of each of our game takes like many years to, it takes many years, it takes a long time. But I believe because of these distinctive styles that we are trying to achieve, they are not aging so much. So it's actually like 16 years old game now, and it's still, people still like it and play it and buy it. So for Machinarium, the team was joined by the artist, like traditionally trained painter Adolf Lachmann, that he was doing the art for the game, and it's a game about robot world, about robots, but the robots are really like imperfect robots. They are very human-like. And this imperfection is something that we like actually in our games, because it's giving the games more human touch. And in the case of Machinarium, also it somehow mirrored in the art style that it was drawn by hand with pencil on paper, and then scanned and adjusted in computer. But also at one point, Adolf agreed with Jakub that he would try to draw with his weaker left hand, so it would give it even more interesting imperfections for the characters and stuff like this. This is a source for inspiration for Machinarium, as Adolf likes to explore these abandoned industrial buildings. And I would like to tell that so far all of our games are, the stories in the games are told wordlessly, just with pictures and animations. In Machinarium, you saw it in the trailer. There are these story bubbles that they were animated by Robin Plachy. And yeah, it's quite a unique feature. like it feels differently, it's more approachable. But I think the main reason is that we are just better with pictures and animation than with words. We are artists and not writers. Okay, now I'd like to introduce you Botanicula. Botanicula was directed by Jaromír Plachý. It was released in 2012, and it's following these 5 small heroes trying to protect the seed and actually plant a new tree like this at the end of the game. It was inspired by his summer in an old South Bohemian garden, where he just got the idea to make a game and take photos of all the fruits and vegetables and again natural objects he found there, and turn them into the game with a bit different mood and like a different kind of humor and aesthetic. It was also a diploma at the same university, same studio as Jakub's Samorost. The music was done by Dva, which is a cool band that they invented their own language. They are singing in, and it's very playful. And Jakub is generally very potent author, creator. You will see more games from him in the presentation, and he also do a lot of books and music videos and stuff like this. Now back to the Samorost series. Yeah. Samorost was directed by Kudvorsky, and it's following the story of our little gnome that you already know. And in this case, he's starting to save the strange planets from the natural objects and stop the evil, corrupted monk. It's already quite a long game. It's like 5 or 6 hours to finish it. It takes such a long time, and in this case, the art was done by Adolf Lachmann, so it's combining these photos of natural objects with his sense for really like realistic painting, and it's like a photorealism of a strange, dreamy world. So it's somehow that you are visiting this place. Like we were trying to really make you feel that you are in this place that is actually quite crazy, but you can feel that you are there. Here is some example from the creation of the game, concept art to the final picture. The inspiration were these strange objects, like the uglier the better. Also, the potatoes can be great inspiration for a video game. Another game is Chuchel or Čučel. And I will play you the trailer, which is completely different mood again, done by Jaromír. Yeah, so really different mood, like in a contrast for the Saboros series that was like had such a detailed background. Here is no background at all. It's very minimalistic, and it's like a series of slapstick comedies. And Chuchel, it actually means in Czech it's dust bunny, and in the game you are like following, or you're playing as this dust bunny, and he's trying to get back his stolen cherry. So this is the story of the game. It was released in 2018. Okay, another game is called Pilgrims. Let's go.
Yeah.
It didn't work. Pilgrims were directed by Kudvorský, and it follows the story, or like it's set in a quite funny world that is like a crossover of tramps and traditional fairy tales. It was designed primarily for mobile devices, and actually all the games that I was talking about up to this point, this one actually also is point-and-click adventure as the genre goes. But this one is controlled a little bit differently by playing the cards, and each problem has more solutions that you can experiment with. We are usually very inspired by fairy tales in general, because they are telling quite simple but strong stories. They are full of archetypal characters, and I think they're also good for this non-verbal storytelling, because they are quite simple, but in a good way. All right, another game from Jaromír. This beautiful painting we have. And it will be happy game. Okay, now we are going for a happy game. Yeah, up to this point we were like a friendly video game company. and we just like with each game, we somehow just try to destroy what people think about us. So, yes. Happy Game was done by Jaromír Plachý, and it follows this boy that he's trying to survive 3 nightmares, and it's really not a happy game. Like, you are forced to do ugly things in it. Like, when I was playing it for the first time, I just like have to go to the bed and like curl there for an hour. I just experienced. So, but it's a really different mood, different approach, and Jaromír likes to change these approaches. He's, as I told you, he's also like very potent author. He's also making books. And one day he was able to, there was one day that he actually released 5 books at the same day. It was also thanks to the COVID situation when the productions were stopped and then it resumed again. So that's why it was possible, but it's still very fast. I will talk now about Phonopolis, which is a game that it's currently in a development. And it's done by a different team, and it has Phonopolis is created by authors Eva Marková, Petr Filipovič, and Otto Dostal. It's still in development. We hope to release it next year. Let's hope so. It would be almost like a decade in development, I think, now. It's for a long time. It's about the boy Felix, that is in a city that's under totalitarian rule, and he's trying to stop the city's leader from performing the absolute tone that would turn all the city inhabitants into mindless servants. It's in the picture, you can see it was a winner of the IGF Independent Game Festival in San Francisco in category for Excellence in Visual Art 2024. The theme and the art is influenced by, I will read it here because it's quite difficult, influenced by avant-garde artistic trends of the interwar period such as constructivism, futurism, or suprematism, and their societal impact as a tool of propaganda. Yeah, it has much heavier themes than our other games, so also the team decided to do this game fully narrated, so it wouldn't be like wordless storytelling, because the themes are heavier. We decided to be like more direct in the telling the story, so it will be fully narrated. Here are just some artworks from Eva Marková, influenced by these trends. It will be the first game that will be done in 3D, and the team really shows passion for tactility, and it has very complicated way of creation. They are doing these physical models. Like in the beginning, usually the object is designed in a computer, then it's printed on a paper, drawn on the cardboard, cut, and then again photographed and digitalized and used back on the 3D model in the Unity. So it's really a lot of work, but we believe, it looks like this, actually, the game assets. But we believe, again, these like imperfections that can be actually very in a difficult way, but also the most easily created in the real world, are like giving it special aesthetic, and the game is like more believable and touchable somehow. And this is how it looks in the final game. All right, and so we are going for the creeks. I have like maybe, I don't know, 5-10 minutes about it. This is the game that I was working on personally, and I will show you the trailer first. Okay, so it was done by me, and I was working on it closely from the beginning with Jan Chlub, which is my colleague and friend, and also traditionally trained artist and painter. It was released 2020, year before Happy Game, and it follows the story of a boy discovering the secret world behind wallpaper in his bedroom. What is new for Creeks is that it's a different genre. It's not a point-and-click adventure. It's something like platform puzzler, and you are directly controlling the main character. And it was again a diploma at the same school, at the same studio, the concept for the game. It was around 8 years in development, so for a long time. I will now talk a little bit about the game in more detail. I will start with the theme. It's actually somehow it started with my interest about imagination. It's like inspired by imagination, about how imagination can change our thinking and also our behavior. And it was the idea that if we see or know something just partly, our imagination starts to work and filling the gaps and creating a new reality for us. And I was thinking how to depict this idea, and I remember the situation, like a dark room situation, when you are in a dark room and see some strange silhouette, and it can remind you of a monster. But if you turn on the light, you see it's not a monster. It can be a stand coat with some clothes on it or some harmless piece of furniture. And we have these creatures in creeks, and we call them creeks. And so they are dangerous monsters in the dark and harmless pieces of furniture in the light, and we are using them to solve the puzzles. I will show you here some artwork from the early development. I made these drawings where on each drawing I was solving some idea. For example, on this one, I was thinking if the game would be taking place in the underground house or underground city. We choose house, and it already took us 8 years, so city would be even longer. Creeks has a wordless story. We created a big storyboard consisting of 1,000 pictures. We were showing it to our friends if it's understandable for everybody. Yeah, it was a really nice tool to have also the storyboard during such a long time, so we can go back to it and stay on the right track. When we have a story, we knew that we will have the game divided into worlds, and I made these digital drawings And each of these drawings, I was trying to find out some visual motifs that I can repeat in the world, that they would give it distinct look. This is a world called libraries, full of books and spiritual and space themes. This one is inspired by Cubism, and you can see a wardrobe of Joseph Gochar here, for example. Here you can see the development of the hero from the first prototype to the final version. Some things didn't change, his clothes, for example, but his expressive body parts got bigger. His eyes, his hands, his head, because it was just much more useful to tell everything just in animation. Animation was done by Pavel Pachta. It's a mix of cutout animation and frame-by-frame animation to make it richer. Here I will show you just how each scene, each level of the game is created in a simple way. It starts on a paper with the idea for the puzzle. When it seems to be somehow working, I made this simple storyboard where I tested the puzzle and find the shape of the room. And when it was working also in the storyboard, we made the prototype in Unity, and I was trying to find the look of the level, trying different compositions. This one, yes. This one was the one I liked the most, and I printed the sketch and draw it with ink on paper, with aquarelle in this black and white drawing, and then we digitalize it and fill the colors and shadows in the computer. Here are just some more examples of these drawings. And they were I made a lot of drawings, it was a lot of work, and we were just in a half of the game at this point. So we then decided to continue, because also the characters were drawn digitally. We also tried to do the backgrounds digitally, or the combination of digital drawing and aquarelle textures. So this level is done in this way, for example. In the game, there are also paintings that they are done by Jan Chlup, and they are collectibles in the game. You are trying to collect them. They are there also to contrast the mood a little bit, because it's taking place in this underground mansion, and these paintings somehow serve as windows outside to the past of these avian people and show a little bit more about their mythology. They were inspired by, here are also some direct quotation of the Velázquez and Gainsborough, traditional painters. Some of them were completely Jan's compositions and designs. Here is again just the way how we did the paintings, starting from the sketchbook, digital sketch. Jan is painting it. It was done in oil. I think it might be the first game done in oil painting, maybe the only, I don't know. Then he photographed it in his studio. This is how it looked, and then he used post-production to get the final look of the painting. After some years of development, we decided that it would be also interesting to have these paintings as a playable mini games, and so Jan did a few of them in this way. They were inspired by automatons from the 18th and 19th century, and yeah, here I will show you the last video of today, and this is how this painting is made. Music was composed by Eden Orchestra, Joe Etchison, aka Eden Orchestra, and it has two interesting features. it's generative, so it plays different each time you play it. It's a little bit different, and also it's adaptive. That means like when you are playing it and you are getting closer to solving the puzzle, there are new elements added to the music, and when you solve the puzzle finally, you have the full track playing, maybe some beat or something. So that would be for the creeks. And now the last quick mention would be this game, Pilgrim's Cruise Adventures, which is the game that I am working on at this moment. And it would be first Amanita physical board game. I hope to release it this fall, so it may be a nice tip for the Christmas present, you will see. And I just love board games, and I was somehow designing them the whole time. And because also the Pilgrims, the video game, it has this aesthetic of the physical card game. I saw it as an opportunity and interesting possibility to try to adapt it into the board game. In the end, it's something like a free adaptation, or it's a game set in this world. It's more puzzly. Like the video game is really playful and funny. Like if people are playing this game, sometimes they are having like a head in their palms and thinking hard. So it's a bit different. But I think the fairy tale mood is still there, and it's still approachable. There are no written text. Everything is done by symbols. Yeah, there are two more unannounced Amanita games in development. So you will see more from us in the future. At the end, I had like two ideas, but they are difficult to tell. First, that I think, like, to be game designer and educator is somehow similar in some ways, because when I'm designing the game, I think a lot about the player, how he would understand what I am telling him, and I'm actually teaching him the mechanisms of the game. And the best way to teach him it is to just give him few tools, maybe a little bit more tools, so he can experiment with them and find his own solution somehow. Like, I'm not just telling him what to do, just like giving him the tools. So this is the first thing. And then I believe that games in general, if they are good games, they are like teaching you some skill. Like, each game have to like teach you something, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. This is something that I'm having from a book by Ralph Koster, Theory of Fun by Game Design, where he's defining the fun in games, that it's the moment when you mentally overcome some problem and you solve it, and then you got the good hormones and you feel good about it. And this is the fun in games that in a gameplay mechanics that I'm seeking for, and I like it very much. Yeah, that would be it. Here are just some links for our studio if you would like to follow us, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that was Radim Jurda from Amanita Design. And we're going to stay local. We're slowly heading towards the end of today's opening day of the 38th World Congress of InSEA. It's been really, really nice to have you here. And as a treat for you, we're now going to show you some films. But beforehand, allow me to invite over a director of the first film and a local artist. She's a painter, she's a director, and she makes really cool animations. Her film premiered at Locarno Film Festival in 2023 at a really nice competition for young talents. And she curated the whole set of films that you're about to see, and they're all made by local studio, not local Olomouc local, but Czech Republic studio based in Czech Republic, Maur Film. yeah, no need to hold it any longer. Pavla Bashtanova. And she's like super local because you're from Olomouc. Yep. Yep, yep. Okay, Pavla.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So, thank you for joining us, first of all. I'm curious, what was your thought process and how did you select the films? What was the curatorial approach?
As it was mentioned, our film is a very famous Czech animation production. And they are present here in Metropole Cinema 6 short films, which are from the the present production. Each film takes us to a different and previously unexplored territory. It can be imaginary landscapes, the depth of the human psychology, the space between life and death, or surprising aspects of human experience. And I will just shortly describe the 6 films. The first is my movie, which is called About a Cow, and it's offering a reflection on the relationship between humans and nature in a global context. The second one is Weeds, revealing the dark territory of human fear of disorder and the unknown. Whatman is the third one, and it's exploring invisible but essential social territories. Hello Summer is a funny one. It's portraying a family vacation where nothing goes according to the plan, which takes the family to the deeper family bonds. I Died in Irpin is a very personal and deeply emotional picture which shows us surviving of a young lady, the bar in Ukraine. And the last one is Kafka in Love, which revealing lesser known aspects of Kafka's inner life through the letters he wrote to Milena Jesenska. This whole collection highlights both the thematical but also the technological diversity of contemporary Czech animation, which explores not just the visual forms but also the unexpected territories of human experience.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much. Sounds really, really amazing. Can we explore briefly your own film? Because we're going to start out with About a Cow, which I mentioned premiered at Locarno and in Swiss 2 years ago, was it? Yeah, 2 years in summer. So how was the experience for you? What was the genesis of the film and why cows?
Yeah, I will try to be short. I see cow as a universally recognizable animal for all of us, because it's one that has been a close companion to humans for ages, and everyone can relate to cows and the products they provide us. So I chose it as a powerful example of how people treat nature nowadays in general, not just animals but also the other stuff. This is the central theme I explore. It's the exploitation of nature, it's the loss of kind of balance and harmony, and the gratitude without giving anything back or giving a little back from us people. About a Cow is a playful collage, but it's made up from real stories I found around the world, in which cows experience both joyful and tragical moments. And these stylized visuals open up an, let's say, unexpected territory, which reflecting, as I said, the relationship between humans and nature, grounded in a greater humility. So I hope it will be better with us and nature. So that's all from me, and I can just welcome you in Olomouc, my city. I'm also part of University Palacky. I'm a teacher, art teacher, so I'm very glad that InSEA is in my city. So enjoy the screening.
Enjoy the screening. Thank you very much. Pavla Bashtanova.